Hello everyone, and welcome to episode 5 of Subnautica Below Zero, the episode in which I legitimately, earnestly believe that we are going to finally go into that undersea wreck. We are recording this sort of mid-afternoon on a Friday, just having gotten out of work very shortly ago. Oh, look, there's our prawn suit. Yes, our diva suit. Okay, before I go, and, you know, this is the game of before I goes, I could use a little bit more water. In my inventory as well. So let's just head down here, and I would like to make sure that we've got power in the tank. We do, at least a little bit. All right, let's grab out a couple of these guys. We're just gonna make them into nice, fresh, clean water. But yeah, there's that undersea wreck that we've been talking about going to for a great many episodes. Last episode, we got a little bit caught up on recreating the... Yeah, see, that's still not enough, though. That's still... not enough. Not enough food, not enough water. So we're gonna have to go find some more somewhere. Hold on, what am I doing? There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Let's grab a peeper. Got some water. Water. Oh, our lights are working a little bit. Yeah, it's, this is the first time that we've been out while it's been dark since we put up some floodlights. At least it's something, right? Like, we've got some lights out there. I would still like to put up the point lights, and it's not that batteries are that expensive. I was like, oh man, why do these require batteries? But as Samalander pointed out in the last episode, we did figure it out, because the floodlights require electrical power from the base. Do come back, though. Oh gosh. I should put out a grab trap. I don't know why I haven't. I really don't have a good explanation for it. You know why I wouldn't have thought that they needed, power? Because this one doesn't have power. Okay, let's not drown this close to our base. I am left-clicking so much when I get that close to them. Nope. I was really hoping for lead there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Yeah, see, the reactor just cut off, and I'd prefer that it didn't do that. We'll at least feed it the featherfish. Let me cook myself a meal. We're gonna have that Arctic peeper. Oh, hello to Ferredoxin! I looked away. Did the lights... Oh, no, that's just that. Okay. I thought I started, like, flickering on the screen. I was like, what did I miss? Ferredoxin says, I've been playing so much Raft recently, and this looks so fancy now compared to it. I will say, it might look high-tech, but Raft is a technically very impressive game in its own right. We played, last year, a whole bunch of Raft with More Than a Mia, JV McMaster, I think King Purpose... Mothoth? Chivalry? That might have been the whole party. Please forgive me if I forgot somebody in there. But yeah, that was a very good time. And I enjoyed that game a great deal, with the potential exception of I could not find my way around on land at all. That was my experience in Raft. I was fine in the water, where I guess it was arguably kind of directionless, but man alive, could I not find my way. As soon as I got out of the water and onto land, I couldn't find my way around at all. I got so lost. Okay, so let's take the sea truck out. This might be the first time that we've launched it from the dock that we built. This is all automated so far. And now we're manual. Okay, so we're gonna head over to the... 1 second. Starship Wreck. That many people sounds like so much fun. It really was. I had a very fun time with it. But yeah, I've died wandering many times. That's one of the things that I learned early about Raft. Like, no spoilers here for people who haven't played it yet, but when I would go ashore, bring more food and water than I thought that I would need. And at first, those things... Gosh darn it. I looked so hard to find quartz deposits just like that in the last episode. We found a lot of other awesome stuff, but not the giant quartz deposit that I was hoping for. And of course, hold on. Nope, there it is. Of course, had I brought the prawn suit out today, I would not have found it. Yeah, Raft is a neat game. I may revisit it at some point. I don't know what piece of equipment this is, so I do just want to see. At worst, we'll get some. Oh, yeah. So in second thought, we might wind up throwing that out. So let's find a way into this place. We've been inside of it before. I want to say that like this is probably a good place to get entered. So let's just look. I'm not going to need a mineral detector in there. I'm very much going to need a laser cutter. We've got the habitat builder. No, I need a pathfinder. And the Sea Glide is a little bit light on batteries. In order to make sure that it doesn't die... Hold on. Put this down. In order to make sure that the battery doesn't die while we're in there, let's take the battery out of the mineral detector. Oh boy, this is going to take a second. Now I've really made a mess of this. We're going to pop out that battery. Then we're going to put the live battery into the Sea Glide, and we shall put the mostly dead battery here into the mineral detector. And then just before I go inside, let's again get rid of the mineral detector. Laser cutter I've got. I guess I could put in repair tool or the knife. I don't think we're going to need either of those, but that puts us... We've got something there. Okay, let's save it. And we're gonna... Oh, the flashlight! That's what I would want to have in here. More than that. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty dark. Okay. Let's head inside. Yeah, so we're gonna lay down a pretty, thorough collection of nodes, I'd say. We may wind up resetting a bunch as we go, but...
New creature discovered.
Apparently I haven't previously found a spine fish. There's a lot of stuff to locate inside this wreck, and a lot of things that require you to... Oh, this is just right back out. Okay, this was not helpful so far. Alright, not a problem. Our first couple voyages may not get to the parts of the wreck that we're looking for. Yeah, Faradoxin, it's awesome that you're having a good time with... Raft. I really like survival crafting games. It is a source of ongoing frustration for me that so many of them are announced in early access and are then either not finished or... F to clear nodes. Yeah, so let's put a node right there. Are either left unfinished, or take so long to come out that by the time that they do, it feels like it's been a million years. Oh, Raft will... sorry, Faradoxin will actually be playing Raft right now, so they're gonna lurk. Thank you! Thank you for the lurk. Alright, we'll put that out there. Now, can I cut this door? I can. Alright, so this is our first door that we're gonna be cutting our way into. First door in the whole game, actually. I'm not... This is just holding down the button, by the way. Okay. And now, into someplace new. I've got about 60 seconds worth of oxygen, so we're going to go top off here and then explore this area a little bit more. Not top off, but maybe just get a quick breath. And due to the way that I just turned around, I've just gotten completely lost just in this area. That's great. So let's continue to open up doors. Now the good news is with a couple oxygen plants in range, it's going to be kind of difficult to drown. Not really hard, but I mean we do have enough oxygen that we can wander around pretty well. I want to mark that as someplace that I haven't been, but I also want to find where my trail left off. What is the purpose of my bringing... Okay, this is the way that we came in. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's get a beacon here. So hopefully it'll be somewhat easy to see next time. I know my way out of the room. So far, we're hovering around 60 seconds of oxygen. And this actually appears to lead outside again, which is fine. I'd love to be able to delete an individual node, but you can only delete all of the nodes. All right, well, let's try to remember where I came out, and then we'll go back in that same way. All right, back out. I know for a fact that there's multiple more doors that we can explore. All right, so now we get the benefit of sort of following along the paths. I know where I've been, and that should give us a sense of where I've not been. Okay, so now we're up on the 3rd floor deck. Okay, so here, for example. How did I not have all of these laser cutter fragments here when I first came through? Because it took me a while to find... No, actually, I take it back. The laser cutter fragments actually probably were here. What I was lacking for a long time was the diamond needed to build one. All right, and this is just another way out. So that's fine. I may clear the nodes again and reset. Yeah, let's save. This, clear nodes. Okay, reset. Okay, so we're gonna drop our anchor point. I should actually look to see, is there an option to, like, just delete a single node? Actually, let's look at it right now. I don't see the option. Oh, boy, I'm nudging it. I don't want to do that. There we go. All right. And since I just wasted a bunch of oxygen, let's just top off before we go further. The Pathfinder tool, by the way, it like just puts an arrow back to the previous beacon that you dropped. So it's a matter of being able to find your way back the way you came, which can be extremely helpful when you are exploring an area like this with lots of twists and turns, sometimes narrow little Jeffries tubes that you're working your way through. Okay, and that's going to be back out. So this takes us into our old friend, the oxygen tank. I will put a beacon right there. Okay, I am full on oxygen right now, which feels just fine. Okay, here's another door that I can cut my way through. A couple doors, actually. Let's get started immediately. Or maybe not. Maybe that's not a door that I can open. No, both of these are just locked, not cut open locked. All right. Well, let's grab some oxygen as long as there's some for the taking. I really thought, well, there's a bunch of something here. Oh, that's metal salvage. Metal salvage isn't bad. It takes up a lot of space in favor of, in the pursuit of giving you titanium, which I have. Okay, again, not a door that I can open. Metal salvage, yeah, not helpful enough to pick up right now. We're full on O2, so let's see what else we can find. Oh, sometimes catching like a blue glint in various places, like, oh, look, there's a little shine, a little reflection. Sealed door. Okay, let's definitely cut this open. Well, I have no prediction on what's in here, except that it might be like a Jeffries tube. It might be a very, very narrow tube that I have to go through. No, it's a... I have no idea. It looks like a power cell, except I can't seem to interact with it. I've got plenty of inventory space. Okay, why is this... Oh, maybe I have to scan it. Parallel processing unit fragment. Okay, that's 2 out of 3. That's cool. Alright, let me go back here. I'm down to about a minute worth of oxygen, so it feels like a good chance to... Oh, yeah, okay, so this is definitely a tube that I'm gonna want to go into. Trouble is, ask me anything about where my last beacon was, and yeah, I can throw down a waypoint. Okay, so here we go. So, yes, let's throw down another beacon point here, I suppose. And then we're gonna need to be able to find our way over there, so we'll lay one here. And then... Well, we don't want it to get obscured by the plant if the plant happens to be up. Okay, that should lead us out. Okay, into the Jeffries tube. The corridor, air vent, whatever you want to call this. Okay, a room that we have been into with a nutrient block and a water and no oxygen at all. And not a door that I can cut. Okay, so this is just a drowning hazard. That's glass. Okay, so I need to get out of here. There's nothing else in here, right? Okay. There's a lot of places in here I've already been.
30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
That is one of them. Okay, so another place inside the wreck that we've already been. I would love to find any other areas that I haven't been. I feel like we found 2 out of the 3 parallel processing units, both inside this wreck. It really feels like the final part is going to be in here as well. Metal salvage. Yeah, it's just really stuff to throw out, though. Okay, cut to open. That is a reactor rod. Okay. I don't know if that's a crafting material, a special quest item, or something else. What I do know is that with 60 seconds of oxygen left and not a ton of options to get it refilled, I would love to find my beacon. Yep, okay, so it's this way, apparently, and then out. This way. And straight on back to the ship. That's what I love about the Pathfinder. If you're like me, and you get turned around, have difficulty finding your way around inside narrow spaces, that'll keep you properly oriented. Now, I could use a water. And even a snack, I'd say. No, we're not quite at the point of snack. Alright, I'm gonna throw down a save. The question is, maybe I do want the, mineral detector. Maybe what I should be doing in there is use to power nuclear reactors. That's what we get for a reactor rod. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna lay down a new path here. Let's clear nodes. So, where have we been? I do feel like we've been down here, but let's look. Four is what I'm looking for. Wiring kit. I mean, I don't need one right now, but that's, what, a couple pieces of silver I don't need to worry about picking up later. That's where the parallel processing kit was. And it was not, like, especially well marked in the environment. Like, it was something that I sort of found, but could very easily have gone right past. And what makes me nervous is that that means that there's all sorts of other things that I might just be wandering right past. And this is, again, straight out. What is this? Is this a sea monkey nest? It looks awful. It looks like just a toothy maw. All right, let's go to refill on air. I'm concerned that I'm not going to find everything that I want to in the wreck. Now, the wreck is not mission critical, as far as I know. The parallel processing unit feels a lot like something that I'm going to want to have at some point, but we've not been directed to build one by the game so far. All right, so I'm going to say that I've mostly been down whatever's there. This way down here, sure, let's, okay, this is the glass-filled room that we got into through the Jeffries tube, so now we know where that is in the world. Okay, is there anything back here? Oh, no, this is actually close to the entrance then, isn't it? I am pretty good at getting myself turned around. Or maybe not close to the entrance, but close to where... It's someplace that I've certainly been. I think that the Pathfinder supports 30 nodes or something, 30 like pathfinding beacons. So I should probably not be so precious with how many I'm using. Sure, I'll grab some metal salvage. Strange and disappointing that I'm not able to open the doors on this level. Maybe I remember thinking that, oh, there'll be some stuff up here to find. Okay, and then that one points back to that one in terms of like wayfinder beacons. Free battery. Wait, I just came down from up there. Yeah, what a circuitous route all over the place. And then this is pointing down there. I've got 45 seconds of oxygen left, so I might start following my pathway back, which is really just here. Okay, so one more path. Let's just reset our pathfinders. And save. And we're gonna pop out at least one more time. What I want to do this time is follow this ladder up a whole bunch. Okay, this is the top floor of the ladder. Been around in here, as far as I know. I remember that part one of the parallel processing unit was just it was like a marking on the side of an otherwise large machine. And then the second one you had to cut your way in to get one. Boy, do I not see a third anything here, really. This is not a cuttable door. Interesting. Okay. I hope I don't drown within sight of these oxygen tanks. But no, I'm not going to. This might be it. This might be as much as there is to find in here, or at least as much as I'm liable to find in here. Because I've been back through this wreck a few different times. I thought that coming back with the cutting tool. Hello to Grumpy! Grumpy, I hope that you've had a great Friday. I am, as always, very much looking forward to the weekend. I figured that we'd do some Subnautica Below Zero until it's time for Mia. However, I will say that there's some really great streamers on right now. Right at this moment, as best as I know, Patikan is playing some Rise of the Tomb Raider. Sam Lander is playing some Fire Emblem Three Houses, which is a really good game to be playing right now if he wants to get caught up on the lore of the franchise, since the next game is due out in about 3 weeks. Nothing here, by the way. Just a big rusted old hulk. Okay. And Caroluna was playing X-Morph Defense, which is not a game that I am familiar with, except for the fact that it is developed by, I believe, the same company that made Riftbreaker, the Riftbreaker, and I think the Riftbreaker is a pretty cool game. And it's one that really got a lot of excellent post-release support. I know that I've talked about that some. So, I'm going to say that that's it for the wreck. That's as much as I can find, and yeah, I very much feel like there's at least one more parallel processing unit in there. And we can bring back some of this metal salvage. Inventory full. Yeah, I just bet. Yep. Yeah, and I can't break it down out here, so... Yeah, Grumpy, I think you said that you were going back into the office today. I hope that that's gone okay. I don't know if you're home now or will be heading home shortly, but either way, I hope it went okay. I am I feel like so far the theme of 2023 has been trying to assist the staff where I work in not making decisions that are gonna, like, remove any of their remote working options. Because maybe as a result of the holidays or just having been able to telework for so long, there's some interesting ideas that you can see starting to creep in there. And I think that everybody benefits tremendously where I work from the ability to telework. All right. Even though I do feel like I've been in here, let's have a drink of just regular water. And I am going to save it. And we'll pop out here. Sometimes coming in at a different angle can help you view the world with fresh eyes. And yet I already have a vague sense of where I am. Boy, part 3 out of 3. If I found part 3 out of the 3 of the parallel processing unit. Oh, this is exactly where it was. Yeah, that's exactly where it was right there. I searched very thoroughly. That was part 1 of 3. I searched as thoroughly as I could find the other machinery in this room and came up empty. Okay. I think it's probably best to head on out unless, you know, I could bring back a camera drone and wander around in here with infinite energy, basically. We wouldn't have to worry about the camera drone breathing. And this is just back out here with all the cargo containers, including the ones that I've already looted. And this is where I was parking the sea truck before. Okay, yeah, this is it. This is everything that I can find from the wreck. And it sucks because you know that there's more in there. But not for me, not now, not that I can find. So we're going to reset our Pathfinder path and head on back here. I just want to see if I can scan any of the flora on this. Oh yeah, tree spire. Oh, it is flora. I take it back. Okay, and there's the special equipment. Yeah, special equipment. Special equipment can be used to drill out the quartz, which I have back on the Mia suit. I did not bring the Mia suit on this particular expedition because, first of all, I figured it would be a little bit slower to get over, and secondly, it is a lot more power hungry than the sea truck. Just like, oh, you know what, this will be fine. You know, let me just do it this way. Now all I see are all of the resources that I could have gotten with the additional storage on the Mia suit. Let's get ourselves back into the sea truck dock. We've used very little power, but it's not going to hurt to get us all squared away and working properly again. I also managed to ding it just on the way in. That entire expedition, None of the monsters came and got me, but then I managed to get myself. So let's swap out for my repair tool. I'm not sure that this qualifies as a vehicle right now. I guess not. Okay. It's only a couple points of damage. It's fine. Okay, we are running on battery power, but fortunately we've got a lot of batteries to work from. Let's... Well, anything that I can cook that I haven't cooked before, let's make sure that we do that. Yeah, cooked arrow ray. Let's see what that's good for. And then the cooked spine fish, I'm pretty sure, is also a brand new delicacy. Let's see what those get us. Okay, not very much food or water. And then this is a lot more food and somewhat less water. Okay, let's get the reactor restarted. We'll feed it a spine fish. And that's all the stuff that I can feed it right now. The reactor rod is going to be an interesting relic to look back at later. Oh, and yes, we must break down all of our ill-gotten metal salvage. Alright, and... yeah, I don't need any cured food right now. Don't need a waterproof locker. Hold on one sec. Okay, did I... hold on, I didn't know that I learned how to make the grappling arm. The one thing on here that I don't have ready access to is the benzene, which I have pretty ready access to. Okay. And in fact, you know what? I might have made some benzene earlier. Okay. Well, let's... here's what we're going to do. Let me unpin all. Then we're going to pin that. Pin recipe. The drill arm we have. The storage module I may add, just because we have that. And the jump jet upgrade we already have as well. How about the sea truck upgrades? Yeah, we don't have all of the things for this. And I did do the sea truck depth upgrade already. We do have that one. All right, let's put away a bunch of our titanium. Actually, that's totally full now. I guess we can... I'm going to look to see if we can get one more locker someplace. Although it sure doesn't look like it. I don't know that I really want to put lockers against this wall in the long term, but for the short term... we might as well, because I can always unbuild them later. Okay. Let's save it. So, I do have some water. I would love to... I'd love to have all charged batteries. Yes, okay. So let's do a few things. We're going to take out the battery from... that. Yeah, let's eject all of our batteries, or at least 4 of our batteries. Let's unload. Unload. Hold on. Okay, anything else? Any other batteries that I want to recharge here? Oh, yes, the laser cutter for sure. Okay, and now we shall charge our lowest batteries first. Grab that one. That one's lowest, and then... sure, that one. Yeah, I think our battery... sorry, our base battery power will now slowly trickle down. And I loaded Jab! Jab, I hope you had a great Friday. And while that's working, let's go get some more fuel for the reactor and water for me. Except we're gonna just pop our very best. Okay, that's not what I meant. Yeah, so the prawn suit drill arm, that takes benzene, which I'm pretty sure I've got the resources for. An advanced wiring kit, which makes me glad for the regular wiring kit that I've picked up, because that's just gonna save a couple silver. It, you know, cuts right to what we need. Lithium, which I just picked up, for good measure. And then just a couple pieces of titanium, which is nothing. Nothing at all to me. Violet bow. Nope, we've already learned about that. You know something? I'm thinking that an advanced wiring kit might need, a computer chip. And for that, that's going to require table coral, which it's one of those things that I just don't have a lot of, and I certainly don't have a lot of it here. All right, let's, we'll head back in. We'll see what we can find. Okay, let's feed you the feather fish and the boomerang. I'm gonna have myself a couple waters. And then what we'll do, since we've sort of like extracted everything that I can from the wreck, there is that very deep crevasse that's right next to it. And that would be a great place to continue looking for the sea truck upgrade parts. We found so many, like, oh man, like tantalizing parts. Does this game have an endpoint, or is it open-ended? Well, if it's anything like the previous game, it does have a specific endpoint. The endpoint for the first game was leaving the planet. I do not know what it will be for this one. I imagine it's going to involve discovering the truth about your sister and then also leaving the planet. Since we did crash land here. Yeah, let's put away some titanium, silver, copper. The wiring kit I'll hold on to for right this minute, and then I don't know that I have a basket for lithium just right now. So we'll just sort of put that in there. So the advanced wiring kit, if I want to make this grappler arm, that would be our next step. We can put up the benzene. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, computer chip is the next thing that needs. Which is, I think I have everything except the table coral. So I think we're going to have to make a table coral run. I don't necessarily remember the best place to find it. And yeah, all of our batteries just charged up, which is great. Let's take all these batteries out. And then we're gonna... go like that and that to get our... and that. Why do I have a pile of... Did I pull the batteries out too quickly? I very much thought it already showed that they were charged. Maybe they were just green and I misread it. So you don't take notes when you're playing. I don't. It wouldn't be the worst idea if I did, but usually there's certain things like ribbon plants and table coral that are usually not that difficult to find. Man, I really don't want to leave without this, without my, You know what we can do while we wait for the batteries to charge up? I am very curious. It occurred to me, I wanted to put lights underneath the launch point for the moon pool, but what would be better is a foundation. like, maybe we'll put lights on the foundation, but if we could put a foundation down there, like, just below it that we could always land on, and that takes 2 lead and 2 titanium. I don't think I have 2 leads. I think I have 1 lead. I think I've got 1 lead. Yep. All right. How are we coming on here? 95%, 82%. I'll say... we're going to be fine if we take out the prawn suit and grab ourselves some more quartz or something. Man, I want to build that other stuff. Jab says anything a bit complicated, I take notes. Yeah, like right here, foundation, like right where I'm standing. I would land directly in the center of the foundation would be, I think, perfect. All right, so I know that there's at least some table coral around our previous base, so we're gonna go head over in that direction. And before I go, why not... oh, let me grab my thermo knife. I don't know. I've never, like, tried to cut this particular coral. No, I've definitely scanned it. It just seems like, unremarkable local flora. This could have some lead in it. Yes, okay, so now, actually, I need lead for a few different things, but I'm not sure that I want anything more than a nice foundation to drop and launch onto from the moon pool. Nice thing about table coral is that it's nice and... it's nice and bright orange, so it's easy to pick out of the environment when you're near it. Then again, I also did think the same thing about the ribbon plants, which also have a tendency to glow, and then found a lot of difficulty locating those in the environment. Yeah, if this game was open-ended, I don't think that I would have, like, as good a time of it. The idea of, like, a game that is just, like, build for the sake of building, those are fun for a while. And then wear thin pretty quickly, because it is a question of, like, well, what are you doing it for? You know, it's fun. I've used this example in the past. It's fun to build a castle in Minecraft until you realize that that castle in Minecraft is never really going to come under any sort of, like, organized enemy assault. Yeah, a skeleton will appear. Yep, here, hold on, we just found some table coral. Let's grab a bunch of it. And hello to Fox McCloud. Fox, I hope that you had a nice Friday. I hope that you are well on your way into a wonderful weekend. Have some time off from work and other responsibilities. I love the fact that most weekends we get a chance to, like, interact with people. Still very surprised. I know it's not red, but this is not the spiral coral that I need. Table coral is nice because it only takes up a single square and is very easy to synthesize into computer chips, provided that you have the gold. And gold, you would think, like, gold, that's hard to find. No, not really. It's a precious metal because... and I just found some more lead. If I find much more lead down here, I'm going to mark this as being like a lead zone. Okay, I am definitely finding a bunch of lead down here, which is great. These dark rock outcroppings make for, you know, good lead make. Also, it glows a little bit. Yeah, table coral, not hard to find if you just have an eye out for it. Is this a stone outcropping? If this was a lead outcropping, I would go grab the prawn suit immediately. Speaking of which, I'm really wandering a great distance from that right now. Oh, no, actually, I'm not. I thought I was way farther away from it than I am. Chance of lead. Okay. Oh, you know what I didn't... we put down a couple beacons last episode, and I did not replenish them into my inventory. Okay, so I'm going to say that at the moment, I have everything that I was looking for. I think... Yeah, we'll head back to the Sunlander. This looks familiar. Yep, there's an open crate there, so I'm all set. How am I doing on inventory and stuff? Okay, I've got plenty of inventory in the prawn suit, so we're going to grab some ribbon plants. Jab says, I used to think like that before spending about 1,500 hours creating a build to beat the highest level of a game by playing and beating the highest level of a game over and over. Is that... Shadow Warrior 2? There is a particular satisfaction in... I really hope that that guy relaxes. There is a particular satisfaction in, like, reaching the absolute upper echelons of a game. Yeah, we weren't far out at all. Okay, let's build ourselves a grappling arm. There are a few different attachments that are fun to get for the prawn suit. The grappling arm is certainly one of them, and I'm curious if it's been further improved over the previous game. Even in the previous game, it was one of those things that just made you feel a lot more mobile. And I imagine that it might save some energy over using the jump jets. But what we'll do right now is we do need some copper wire. It's easy to get. And some gold, which we certainly have here. So now we will build ourselves a computer chip. And then the advanced wiring kit. Okay, so now we've got that. Now it's just the benzene, and I actually do have the resources for that. I left the ribbon plants in the Diva. Still got our power cells. Yeah, we'll take out that, and that, and that. This is really just our emergency kit. Can I feed it a ribbon plant? I do have those. Yes, I can. Okay, so that gets it turned back on. Yeah, I don't know where I put these. I surely got more than just two, though, didn't I? Just two of those glowy balls? Wow, okay. Well, I think I know what we're gonna go do next. And my inventory is full. So, the nutrient blocks we can put away. because we've got cooked peepers we can use in the interim. Okay. Benzene. And then we just need the lithium. And now we can do that. I just don't know if I can do it from this building here. We can also do a grav trap that has nothing to do with this. Like, it's not going to interfere. Let's build a grav trap, because that's going to solve a lot of our hunting needs. I've been talking about, man, I need to get a grav trap. Prawn suit upgrade. Here we go. Grappling arm. Okay. We'll just do an unpin all. I don't know a fast way to unpin individual objects. Okay, so our batteries are mostly recharged. We can take these out. Let's update the battery in the Sea Glide. And then we're also going to... Everything's just slightly low all of the time. Just slightly low, though, not out. We're going to... Really, though? Alright. I am pressing all the wrong buttons. R. There. Now, the scanner. R. There. And any other batteries that I have that aren't... Let's put that one in. And then we are good. Let me put away my table coral. I don't have a... Oh, we did have a couple right there. That's okay. The ribbon plants? Sure, I'll put those... These were spares. I have a grow bed worth of ribbon plants out there. Which is all the more reason that, since I'm leaving base, we're gonna put them in here instead. Let's slot away our titanium. And then the lead. Oh, yeah, hold on. Before I go then, let's actually use some of this lead. Because I do want that foundation. And it turns out I didn't recharge the habitat builder yet. %. All right, we'll give it a second. Think for a second. The next thing that I would do is... Well, we can at least look at the recipe for the foundation. This needs magnetite, right. And then... Foundation. Wow, it's the first thing on the list. So, yep, 2 leads and 2 titaniums. I think I can spare the titanium. So, our next goal is, like, just getting it properly positioned.
Calorie intake recommended.
Oh, and also not starving to death. Okay, multiple plans all at once. Let's go put out the grav trap. After we drop the grav trap, we will... Where do we want the grav trap? Probably just, like, here would be fine, I would think. Like, literally right here. This does feel like it's a little bit behind the base. Let's drop the grav trap here. Alright, so that should... Well... Yeah, we'll clear the immediate area. Okay, we need food. Food and fuel for the reactor. Fuel for me and fuel for the reactor. I don't eat metals. I am not a... What is it? A smooth ore hatch? What are they called in Oxygen Not Included? Oh, hello to Spatman! Yeah, let's see. I think that the game... I'm trying to think if I've ever been into a single game for the length of time and like the level of expertise that Jav is into Shadow Warrior 2. And honestly, I don't think so. Like, I fell madly in love with Dark Cloud 2 when that came out on the PlayStation 2. Like, that game like, along with Ratchet & Clank, really sold me on a PlayStation 2. But although I played it with sort of like this incredible fervency for a period of several weeks, my sense, Jab, is that you've been playing... Oh, right, one of those loop fish. You've been playing that game for years, right?
30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
And I don't feel like I have anything that compares to that. Not like that. Not the way that you've played that game. I have games that I return to very frequently, but not games that I play just consistently like that. Okay, so let's get ourselves some cooked peeper. And some cooked featherfish.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Yeah, and how. That was a very good meal. Okay, let's put away some of the stuff that we just picked up. But not all of it, right? Because I do want to hold on to the stuff that I want to make the... Oh, no, that was the quartz place. Yeah, the 2 leads. Silver and gold. Alright. Silver I can put here. Gold I can put here. Except I can't. And the lithium I would also put here, but we're sort of full up on that. And I'm gonna need some more water. I feel like I'm just not destined to make as much forward momentum in this episode as I had hoped. Yes, Batman, I hope that you've had a great Friday. I know so many people who, like, hang out and watch probably do work on the weekends. I know that I spent... It's only been a recent innovation that I am not working every single Saturday and most Sundays. Here. Okay, so now I can build things again. So, yeah, job 1. Let's just see here, but I should... If I don't have it, I'll go back, because I think I might need the titanium. I do. Alright, not a problem. Yes, I do see that the reactor is down. Got an easy solution to that. Oh, look at how much the grav trap has already caught. Except it looks like it might have caught the... Our floodlight is not on, and that could be a function of its placement, or, you know, the grav trap might have done something to it. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Spatman has had a good Friday. Listened to the radio and played some Pokemon, not the new one, but Legends of, So, Spatman, would you say Legends of Arceus, or Arceus, or Arceus? I feel like there's no universally accepted way to pronounce that particular Pokemon's name. Jab says, I used to start clean and new and run it up to Insane 4, which was about as far as you could go without crafting. But now you're into the crafting to, like, really, like, nail down the levels higher than that? Okay. Let's have food, food, and food. Okay. That is more than enough. Let's build that foundation. Now, what I'd like to do is drop the ship so that I can, like, measure up exactly where it lands. But that's not really feasible. So what I'm going to do is just try to, like... Okay. Yeah, this should work as, like, a rough approximation of where I want it. Oh, am I on the floor? I think I am. Well... Well, shoot. I need to make peace with the fact that this is not going to be perfect. It just isn't. Foundation. Okay, let me get some oxygen. Yeah, let's set the foundation. Oh, tell me the grid is gonna like make it snap weird. Okay, let's try it right here. Okay, this seems good. Now let's drop the Mia and just see where we land. I'd like it to be as centered as possible so that when we shoot up, it's reliable. Not that we've had any difficulty getting in, so I'm just gonna, like, just drop straight down. And then pop out. Where'd we land? Look at that! Dead, I mean, a step forward. But yeah, no, let's call that a success. That's exactly what I wanted. So now what I'd want to do is just put 4 lights around the edges so that it's easy to find in the dark like it is right now. But yeah, now we'll always know that if we stand in the middle of that, we can shoot right back up. Fox was saying, I think the anime pronounced it as Arceus. Thank you, Fox, because I've never seen an episode of Pokemon that had it. Spatman said, I'd say Legend R redacted us, but for real, I think it's closer to your first pronunciation where the C is pronounced as an S. Jab is saying, on Tashir's run of it, I met someone who was into doing a build. He talked me into doing one and gave me a lot of pointers. Still does, for that matter. Chatted with him just yesterday. Jab, that's awesome. I love the fact that you, like, have made like an ongoing friend out of, like, a shared appreciation for that game. That's so cool. Okay, in a perfect world, if I could do the lights, and I know that they each require a battery, but I don't remember what else they need. So they'd be light 6. I probably have the glass. I know I have the titanium. So let's game it out. I would want to have 4 glass. That's 8 quartz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, almost like it was meant to be. Okay, 4 glass. Thank you for the Jeremy, by the way, Spatman. I was actually very pleasantly surprised that it came out the way that it did. Okay, 4 glass. Now, 4 titanium, but we can pick that up at any time. The kicker is the 4 batteries, and it's not much of a problem, because it's just having the ribbon plants, and now that we've planted that grow bed, we're going to have that. Let me just go in here, and we're going to pin battery. Yeah, 2 ribbons, and the copper I've got. So, let's go get 8 ribbon plants. Oh, and this is on. You know what? Maybe the reactor just kicked off. And that's why it wasn't working before. Before we do anything, let's plant more seeds, because we're not full on seeds. I don't know why that's the thing that I pulled away, but whatever. Okay. That's going to be plenty of seeds. Okay, perfect. Now let's pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then let's see if we can... Let's refill back up with seeds. Seed, 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 seed. And yeah, at least 1 more then. By the way, like, So yesterday... I did a 6-hour stream of Marvel Ultimate Midnight Suns. I really did not intend to go that long. That game does something that, like, tricks me into thinking that I haven't played as long as I have, and I think it's just, like, the variety of different tasks that there are, because it's got combat, it's got conversation, it's got all of these different, like, resources and, like, I want to say that meters that you're trying to feed, but that's not really accurate. It just feels like there's so much to do that it gives you a huge variety of tasks. It reminds me of Persona while simultaneously being very, very little like Persona. Okay, so now I just need the 4 coppers. 1, 2, 3, 4. And since I'm standing right here, let's grab the 4 titaniums. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 light sticks. Right after we do the 4 batteries. Fox McCloud said it's a dating sim. It really feels like one at points. Okay, I'm sorry. Why do I have 4? Oh, because I haven't actually built the light sticks. Okay, let's try this again. A little bit more focused this time. And again, the really great thing about Subnautica, I love games that do this, is that so many of these objects we can recycle back into their component parts later. So I have thought of something. I kind of want to rotate it, because right now it's just, it's not really facing front or back, is it? Okay, not a problem. We'll go here, and here, and here. Yeah, I can unbuild this easily enough. Okay, now I'm gonna try not to move the mouse. Okay, so I need to be here to build it, I think. And that'll get the orientation that I want. And if it's a little bit off, then we'll fix it. Okay, let's shoot up here. I'm gonna drop the Mia again. I am perfectly comfortable with it being a dating sim too, by the way. Yeah, okay. I just like that design a little bit better. Now, we're going to put up our lighting sticks, which... Can we do it this way? Wait, what? This isn't a deployable? Hold on, what? I know it was classified as like a... Well, then, what? So, wait, how do you put... Hold on. E? No. F. Q. X. Right, X is auto walk. Pick up light stick. But how do you set it down? How do you set down a light stick? D for drop? E, F... I keep pressing E, and that keeps not being the button that will deploy a light stick. Am I wrong that you can, like, you can put these down, right? Because right now... Oh, it wants to let me put it down everywhere that's not really. Oh, that is... Why? Why? Why can't you put it down wherever you want? Why not on the foundation? Oh my goodness. That'll teach me to build 4 of something when I,
Welcome aboard, Captain.
have it, like, vetted exactly how they work. We'll find other purposes for them, I guess, but what a wild idea that you cannot put the light sticks here on the actual thing. I could try to find, like, where they would go. Yeah, so put it there. Okay. But the trouble and the whole reason that I built the foundation is that it's very uneven terrain here. That is so crazy. Okay, game, whatever you say. And then this one, I can't put one out here. I mean, it's out over a cliff. Okay, we're gonna have to find another cool place for these light sticks. I built 4 of them. I'd like to put them up somewhere. We'd put them next to the grow beds, I guess? Yeah, you can put light sticks everywhere. Whoops. Light sticks everywhere except on your base. How strange. Okay, well, we learned something. We shall put a light stick here. And I guess here. A little crooked. And here. Okay, that looks horrible. We're gonna have to find another place for those later in life. Okay. And weirdly,
30 seconds of oxygen
I
remaining.
think that's about as much time as we have. If Spatman is saying radio actually pointed me to the fact that the assault on the Capitol had its 2nd anniversary today. Like, what? How quickly does time pass? It feels like yesterday. Yeah, today is the 2nd anniversary. There was a commemoration ceremony where a lot of the people who both stood up to defend the Capitol on that day and in the months afterwards have were honored by the president. So that was a good event that I enjoyed getting a chance to see earlier today. Locker. All right, we'll just use this for like the runoff stuff. Right, nickel ore. Let's consolidate our lithium over here as well. We did find a couple nickel ores. I don't have a goal for it right now. Let's put away our reactor rod, and we still haven't put on the prawn suit grappling arm. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need some water soon. But yeah, Mia should be on pretty soon. If somebody could let me know when she is on, we would like to raid over to her directly. Okay, yeah, let's...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
At least we got the foundation in place. Spat was saying, God bless those people, the ones you mentioned. Yeah, it's, a number of people really put their lives on the line to stop that, and I was very glad to see them get honored. No, arg! Hold on. I wanted access upgrades. Yes. Okay. So let's put in the grappling arm. I would also like to repair it. Okay. We've done that. I do have a filtered water I could drink. Yeah. Before we go anywhere. I know that, like, maybe from a design perspective, it's not the most special or whatever, but I think our base is coming out like really nice. Oh, and what I was about to say is that like the base components and stuff. If we decide to move this base, like, okay, this base isn't where we want to be, like, we've got to, like, relocate someplace else, we get 100% refund on all the stuff that we put into it. We just unbuild it, and boom, everything we put into it, we get out again. So we don't, like, all of this effort towards building up the base is a long-term investment, and I really like games that do that. It encourages experimentation and mobility. So you don't feel like you're going to be punished for putting down roots. And you feel very comfortable. You still feel very versatile about it. Okay, there's some lead around here, I guess. I was hoping to find some more bladderfish, like that one right there. I was also looking for my grav trap. Here we go. 30 seconds of oxygen. We'll be fine. We're going to grab some more fuel for the reactor. Food for the reactor, food for me.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
And that is the most of it. Okay. Let's put in really all the featherfish. I haven't, maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't remember those as being particularly nutritious. I'm gonna have maybe one boomerang, and then if I'm still hungry, I'll have another. Okay, I'm still a little bit hungry. Man, am I glad to be in the little weekend. Okay. Whoops, I did not mean to pin that. Okay. Now we'll put the extra boomerang in there, keep the lights on for a little bit longer. What I really want is for the slurry to power us up to 500 points, and then maybe shut down so that we get the most of it. All right, and now... So, let me look really quick. I want to see if there's anything new that we can scan for. But yeah, seriously, if people could keep one eye on... We look for fragments, I guess. We're gonna, like, find a bunch. Also, oh yeah, I should bring the camera back for sure. Speed upgrade I could do. We should also just build another camera drone, honestly. HUD chip. Yeah, that needs magnetite. We're not near that. Magnetite. Okay, let's go get the camera. I do have to say, because I really like sharing, like, good-ish news. I do feel good about the decision that I made to go back to work a little bit early. Those are fragments. Well, the Starship wreck is over in this direction, so yeah, we're gonna head over here. I know it's very difficult to see, like, you guys, I can assure you that I'm seeing what you are, which is just, like, murk. Like, there's just not anything here. But I can just barely make out the waypoints. And the fact that this is the Starship wreck beacon that I'm heading towards. Also, we can also just see that the distance is going down. I want to bring the camera back because what I want to do is see if we could use the camera to scout out the area that I'd found last episode. Okay, actually the headlights are on the camera. Anything much beyond 500 meters, it seems to, like, dim right out. But as we get closer here... Okay, now I'm heading towards the Sunalander. Now, if on the way we do pass by any fragments and we can look at them with the camera and see that they are worth going out to scout for, yeah, like that's a sea truck piece. That's not going to be much of anything. I want the HUD upgrade for the scanner room very much. Not enough to have anything spoiled, but sure would be a cool upgrade to get. Ouch. Let's go take a look at these fragments. They should be well within range of the scanner room. And we can find out if they look like things that we already have. I like your your sea truck being called the Salamander. It's I actually named it the Sunalander because it's nice and yellow. So that looks like a grav trap fragment. So I don't care very much about that. But yeah, it is still very much named after Salamander. It's just it's got a bright yellow disposition instead of a green one. That is grav trap, and this is, oh, wouldn't you know, grav trap. Okay. So what I'm going to do is let's dock it because I think I left the camera out for a while. We're 75% power. We'll hook it up. We'll give it a chance to recharge a little bit. And Spetman said, oh, you live in a yellow submarine? Yes, indeed. That's why I went with yellow. I've always wanted to live in a yellow submarine. It's got a very catchy tune. Okay, we shall dock this at the scanner room. I'm going to go into the other side because that's the direction we're going to be heading when we come out. And in. Let's turn off the light. E to exit. Now, let's go repair it because it also took a little bit of damage. Four. Done. Okay. So it's nighttime, right? Let me just look at how our floodlights came out. This was complete blackness before, so this is a step above that. Turns out that the lights do have a good, like, radius to them. Like, a good distance, is what I'm saying. Such a good distance that I might actually rotate this one. And aim it more this way. 3? No. Right click. Floodlight. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that lights up a little bit more of the base. This one over here is okay, but I'd actually like to have it up higher. Because right now I just feel like a lot of its light is getting eaten up by the first thing that it hits, which is the scanner room. So let's deconstruct it. And we're going to move it more up here and then have it hopefully facing out this way. Let's try it right here. Much better. Yeah, now it just sort of like lights up the base a lot more. We're going to be able to see it
of oxygen remaining.
From a good distance away. Okay, I would like to also plant some more creepvine. I never did fill out the zone, and it's going to be important once we get to things that get me injured.
Aboard, Captain.
Okay, let's get some more seed cluster vines. Oh, actually, I don't use the knife for this, do I? Creepvine. 1, 2. 1, 2. And I can get one more. Boom. Okay. Yeah, this was always intended to be like somewhat of a shorter stream that we do before Mia was like, let's do some housekeeping stuff. You know, get some stuff set up around the base. Go search out the wreck. Get some stuff ready for that. Let me just hit save here. Boy, the power is, like, just sort of, like, really even. Is it because it's charging the batteries on the thing? I bet it is. I bet it's charging the batteries on the camera, and also the fact that it is... Oh, it could also be that it's actively scanning for something. Galena Outcrop, that's the one that has the chance of lead, isn't it? That's slightly better than just, like, casting about randomly for it. But I don't see anything else that I need right now. So, the next thing that I'd want to do is... Let's turn on, in our beacon manager... The ice door. That's what it was. It wasn't like a bomb door. It was an ice door. While we wait for Mia, let's turn off Starship Wreck, because I don't feel like I have anything else to do there. I don't want to remove the beacon. The flowering spores. Is that what I'm looking for? Could be. I feel like I can turn off Drop Pod for now. I think the flowering spores is where I'm thinking of. Really? 900 meters that way? Hold on. Cash and silver. This is more or less where we are. Nickel and gel sacks. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, how far away is that one? Wow, that's still that far out, huh? I didn't think it was that far. All right. It's outside camera range is the reaction that you're hearing there. Okay, let's get ready to do an expedition back out there. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm looking to be speedy because of the fact that I want to be ready to raid over to Mia. Okay, this is everything that I usually have. Okay, so I have slightly too many things in my inventory, and then yes, I do want to like top off my food and water before we travel. Let's put away this titanium. The lead, yeah. Gold, silver, we've got its own thing here. And then everything else is tools. So, a quick visit to the grav trap. We're gonna unpin all. Grav traps are so good. I know I've said this before, but I remember seeing them in like the first game and being like, grav trap? Like, what does it do? It just sort of like waits to see if a fish comes by? Like, what are the odds? And no, they're great. All the food and electrical power you need, no waiting. So I'm gonna have water. I think I only got one bladderfish out of that, but that's really all I need. And then we're gonna cook up one of these guys. Go back here. Eat. Drink. Feeling pretty merry. Yeah, we're nowhere near max power right now, so let's just go ahead and put in the rest of the featherfish, and sure, the Arctic peeper as well. Our grav trap will get more for us. Okay, before I go and do something else, let me just double check. What I'd love to do is to actually have Mia's stream up in the background so we would hear when she went live, except that if I've learned anything about Twitch, it's that it's incredibly random. Yeah, the stream hasn't been updated yet, so that does give us a little bit more time. Hopefully she'll be on soon. The energy fully charged. Yeah, I just saved it, so let's hit it. Now, I'm not actually out for the nickel or the gel sacks. Rather, what I'm looking for is more things that we can scan. Oh, and, yep, that's our new tether. Take a little bit of, practice to get used to it. It's very, very helpful, as I recall, when you're trying to climb out of an area. but it can also be used here to sort of like pull yourself forward. Sometimes you do collide with the terrain. Yeah, I knew that this was near the... Hold on. The crevice that I found, the canyon, really, was near the wreck. I guess I just didn't realize that the wreck was so far out. Oh, right. There was also stuff up above that I wanted to check out. I don't know if we can get there with the prawn suit, but let's see. Okay, if we just rest here for a second, our jump jets will recharge. I thought we saw like a big dangling cable coming off of one of these guys. Rising lily pad. Yeah, this looks different than the other ones that we've seen so far. And then the big giant lily pads up on the surface. Wait, are these one of those, like, grabby things? No. Remember last episode where I got, like, grabbed by that, horrible thing? I didn't think that I was going to be able to get away. It was like, jam the attack button, jam the attack button. I am! It's not letting go. Oh, there's the big cable. See it down there? I don't see anything up here, though. I don't see that cable comes out anywhere. Oh, maybe it's right here. Maybe this is where it came out. And it's just shattered again. Okay, I did just get shocked. Or the suit did. Okay, passing 200 meters. Now, I'm relatively sure that I've already scanned, like, this sea monkey nest, but let's be really sure, because I have, like, 1 of 2 and 2 of 3 of a lot of design schematics in this area, and I don't want to leave anything behind if we can find it. Now, I don't think that I can grab, like, gel sacks and stuff with the gear that I have on me, but... Nope. Okay. Although I don't need any gel sacks right at the moment. I'm not going to say no. Okay, nothing. Thermal reactor module fragment. Hi. Thank you. Yeah, that's another 1 of 2. Darn it. So many things. So many things. And that's a light stick, which means that there might be other signs of habitation. Oh, I didn't even see this one down here.
Didn't I tell you to stay away?
From what? I don't even know who you are.
Marguerite Maida's the name. You're on my turf.
Great. Can I come in and warm up?
What part of go away do you not understand, Altera?
I'm not with Altera.
So, I think I might actually be close to a different beacon. Let's see. Go here. Beacon manager. It was her... Was it this one? I know I haven't been to last known location. I couldn't go deep enough at one point. Where's last known location? Oh, right there. We are very close to it. Okay, well, let me head over in that direction. This person is very much telling me to get lost. But this time, she's not the only person with a prawn suit. Now, that's something new. Hive mind. I might want to read up on hive mind real quick. It's going to be here. No, that's going to be research. It looks a lot like flora to me. C. Maybe not. Okay, let's try fauna. Herbivores? I don't know. Should be cool if you could... Hive mind. Okay, so it is an herbivore. The hive mind are never alone and grow in massive clusters. They are physically connected by a root system which sends out chemical signals in the presence of large predators. The signal activates a chemical reaction within its green porous membrane, resulting in a visible change of color in its bioluminescence. This action has two effects. The uniform change in color grants the hive mind the appearance of one large interconnected organism. This is a form of camouflage called disruptive colorization, which is confusing to predators. Smaller sea creatures confuse the change in color for sunlight and are drawn towards the cluster. Okay, what it doesn't say is anything about, here's what you can harvest from it. Okay, let me stop and see if we can scan this. Hey, I think we found our second thermal reactor module fragment. I actually didn't see if that was 2 of 2 or 2 of 3, but I'm pretty sure it was 2 of 2. Hold on a second. I want to look. Yep, something got updated. Did I get a thermal something? Thermal plant. I do not see thermal reactor. Oh, was it this? Prawn suit thermal reactor. Okay, recharges power cells in hot areas, doesn't stack. Okay, I don't have any of those parts, but I'm glad to have the blueprint nonetheless. Okay, definitely want to try to scan this. The thing about these nests is that there can be like one specific thing that's wrapped up in them, and that's the item that you want to scan.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm not sure. I don't feel the need to get every gel sack, except it's one of those things where it's like, I don't need gel sacks, and then suddenly you need like 8 of them for something. The nice thing about Subnautica, and I've mentioned this before, the nice thing is that you're never going to need like 80. The things that you need a lot of, you're going to find a lot of, and the things that you are going to need a few of, they're still going to be common enough that you're not going to feel like, oh, this is super rare. It's just like being in the right place. I don't know if this area in Subnautica has a name, but I sort of think of it as being like a kelp forest. Although these, the brush isn't really kelp. I don't maybe know what I would call it. Sorry, I was generally heading towards last known position and started moving in the wrong direction. Before I go. Oh, well, hold the hell on. I mean, this is clearly something. I'm glad I turned around. It's got a whole complex down here. Okay, we got a whole blueprint from this. Apparently, I can't quite get in this way. No, and I know that it says glass, but it doesn't really feel like there's any glass here. But maybe I do have to find another pathway in. Customized prawn suit. And how? Look at this thing. It's got like a giant knife on it. The standard issue Mark III prawn has been manually altered by its owner, exchanging one of its hot swappable work arms for the mandible of a young chelicerae. Given the range of the availability high-tech prawn modifications in the non-classified Altera fabrication suite, these customizations appear to be more of a stylistic choice than a functional one. However, the sharp claw arm could certainly be used effectively in defensive scenarios by an experienced pilot. The custom suit also appears to have seen heavy use over a long period of time, judging by the barnacle overgrowth and permanently damaged sections of exoskeleton. The owner doesn't want you messing around. Okay, I don't... Oh, there is glass there. Wow, it's very clear. Okay, let's maybe maneuver around near where the moon pool is. Okay, there is a pressurized oxygen in here, so atmosphere. Nothing here. I feel like we're gonna get a cutscene. I'm gonna get attacked.
I told you to stay off my land.
You trained that thing?
Next time I'll let him tear you to ribbons, Altera.
I'm not with Altera. I'm Robin Ayu. I'm looking for information about my sister Sam. I think you might have crossed paths.
Bull crap. I suggest you take the time you need to come to your senses and then get off my sea base. If you're not Altera, why don't you disable that damn tracking satellite tower instead of barging into my sea base? Maybe once Altera's off my back, I'll remember something about your sister. There's some junk on that table that might help. I couldn't get it to work.
I bet that I can't go into that room. Let's see if we can get it to work. Oh, the test override module. I do remember that. We laid down a beacon for it. Hold on. Test override module. And that's why we need a parallel processing unit. Hopefully he brought one of those as well. Snow Fox. Hi, Snow Fox. Sea truck perimeter defense upgrade.
New technology acquired.
Hold on. Teach me perimeter defense upgrade. Provides increased threat protection. Oh, that's nice and clear. But, well, no, I don't know that I can make polyaniline. I think that takes some stuff that I don't have yet. Yeah, hydrochloric acid. And that takes young cotton anemone. Salt I've got. Young cotton anemone we might need to take a look around for. I may have scanned that. I really don't know. Ooh, I like the Snow Fox. Except that's only one of 3 pieces. The Snow Fox is a one-person hover bike designed for fast traversal over a wide array of terrain. While providing little protection for the pilot, the Snow Fox can easily outmaneuver most threats, especially when upgraded with a jump module. Just don't try to take it over water. High-speed hover bike, onboard headlight will make you look cool. The other ground vehicles are rabbits in its headlights. The Snowstalker is a bear-like evolutionary offshoot of the aquatic stalker native to the warmer aquatic biomes of 4546b. Typically apex predators in their biomes, they operate in packs and are primarily land-based creatures, but will enter the water to hunt and defend territory. Notable physical attributes: thick hollow fur that secretes a thin layer of oil helps keep the Snowstalker warm in the Arctic climate. Modified dorsal fin aid in aquatic hunting. The cyan bioluminescence on the tongue and tail help the pack stay together during winter storms. Avoid: if entering the Snowstalker territory is necessary, sources of bright light and unpredictable noises have been shown to deter attacks.
That far out to sea, swimming back for land wasn't an option. I'd die from exhaustion long before I made it to shore. All I could do was survive long enough to wash up somewhere. I felt a suction, and suddenly, there were vast jaws rising out of the water towards me. It had taken hours for the Reaper's corpse to float to the surface. Using the knife, I clambered up her flank and got a perch on top. I figured she'd float for a few days at least, enough for me to catch my breath. But would she sink before or after I died of thirst? I had a knife, a repair tool, and 3 liters of water. At least I wasn't gonna die of exhaustion. Now, those Reapers, they're practically all muscle, but there's some fat in there. I was able to keep warm and drink the water. And I didn't have much, but I had that repair tool, so I had a spark. It took a week to light that first fire. And I know more about the burning properties of Reaper fat than I ever cared to. I had to ration fires, but as they burned, I could smoke meat that I carved out of the beast's rib cage.
Okay, and this is not anything? I waited for her to stop talking, because that really looks like it's something. But I guess not. That also appeared to be like part 2 of a story. Okay, I'm not trying to go in there. Okay, so I need to find a parallel processing unit, or more specifically, I need to find the third part of a parallel processing unit. And the problem... I wanted to see if I could, scan that bulkhead, because I don't know how to build one of those, and I can't seem to find out how. What I was going to say is the... What was I going to say? The, what am I stuck on? Okay, I thought maybe I could scan something in there. I don't know how to build one of these bulkheads, so I would love to learn that technology for my own base. But nope, not possible. I'm also going to assume that I don't get to pilot her prawn suit. It's probably frowned upon. A little bit like driving to somebody's house and then driving home in their car.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. I have a little bit of time before I, like...
Seek fluid intake.
Run out of thirst. And I cannot go deeper than this in the prawn suit. I'm basically at my crush depth in the prawn suit. Outside of the prawn suit, well, we've got a little bit more versatility. This just really catches the eye, doesn't it? Yeah, I know how to build a thermal plant. Don't have the parts for it, but I do understand it in theory. Whoops. Sorry, let me just... I was checking during the audio log to see if Mia might be live. She is not yet. Gonna keep one ear out on it. I'm gonna continue scanning this, if only to get the debris up off the ground. Like, it transforms it into... Now, what is this, an egg? Uranite crystal, I don't have this. Applications in nuclear power, okay. So... We've only seen the one. I don't know if it's worth, like, marking on the map yet. Oh, there's the Mia suit. I was gonna say, I do need to have oxygen pretty soon.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Wow, look at this. 399 meters on a crush depth of 400. This is very much as far as I can go in the prawn suit. Wait, we didn't... Oh. It was starting to buckle. It did take some damage there. Maybe we're too low. Hold on, we don't have to park right on the brink. You can move up a little bit.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Inventory full. Well, no. Then we're gonna get rid of some of the titanium that I don't actually need. Because I don't have a ton of use for uranite crystals, but you know we're gonna get there real soon. Look at you, mister, just doing housekeeping, making progress anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'll take the progress as it comes for sure. Who just blew up a bunch of, like, thermal plants down here, by the way? Okay, I do want to... Sorry, where's the Mia suit? It's over here. Okay. And yeah, I'll probably have to drink an emergency water when we get back up. It's why we carry it. Yeah.
Vital signs stabilizing.
I do think it would be pretty cool if you could further customize, like, the look and gear on your prawn suit. But then again, like, what would, in this game, what would you do with, like, a big tusk sword on one side? It's just not really that kind of game. Okay, that's a little bit too low. Too deep. So, yeah, in order to make the polyaniline or whatever it is, I need a resource that I think I've seen and didn't realize that I could or should cut. Spatman, do you know if Mia made any sort of, like, announcement on... in her Discord or anything? Sometimes she'll do that if she knows that she's not going to stream, but I'm hoping that she's going to be on today. I've been looking forward to Frightening Fridays. Mia, I envy the fact that Mia is able to keep to a schedule, and her schedule, like, gives me life during the week. I really look forward to, like, knowing, like, oh, right, it's Frightening Friday or Wildcard Wednesday, like, whatever the game happens to be. Okay, well, hopefully this lady's not going to be too mad if I stomp around on our base. What's that? Oh, nothing. Another thing that I could and should have done rather than throwing out all of that titanium is put it into the prawn suit. It's got a big trunk here that we can put all our stuff away into it. Yep, gel sacks and put those away. Gel sacks are technically edible, but they're also a crafting resource, so it doesn't seem like a good idea. Spatman's gonna go look it up. Spatman, I appreciate it. I'm Oh my goodness, Marquack, hello to you! Marquack, I hope that you've had a nice week, hopefully heading into a new, fresh and fun weekend. I don't know that I have a creature egg that's like this, so I'm gonna grab that one. Oh. He was bringing me something. Thank you. So, Marquack, what we've been doing in this episode so far is I did go to the C-Rec and came away with one additional piece of the parallel processing unit and could not find the third, at least not so far. It was a nice end. We had a holiday party for the team today, so it was nice to see people's faces in person after a few years. That sounds awesome. I'm glad that you had a good time with some friends, got a chance to reconnect. How have I found so many, like, one of two? We have, like, almost the capacity to add some stuff to the sea truck, and yet not. Also, what... Is this a graphical bug, or what is this? Oh, no, there are tentacles there. Or tendrils, whatever. This is not as deep as I was going before. Like, remember there was like a whole cave down there? Like a whole, like, really deep undersea place where it's like... Yeah, that's pretty much where we came from, I think. Or maybe this is where I came from. Okay, that looks deeper, and I'm sort of heading up and out of this place. Sadly, only about 5 of us were wearing masks, but to each their own. I would have an easier time getting there if the risk that the person not wearing the mask was taking on was entirely their own. You know, for... Oh, darn it, this took me all the way back to her place. Yeah, hold on, we gotta find our way out. You know, for a while, there was a movement, and I don't know if it's still going on. Maybe it is. I don't feel like I hear about it as much right now. But for a while, there was a movement where a lot of people in the United States of America said, what we're going to do to deal with COVID is we're going to eat this medicinal paste that is designed for horses to clear heartworms out of their heart chambers. This medicine called ivermectin. Now, ivermectin is very much not designed for human consumption. It is designed for horses to get rid of particular parasites that can crowd into their hearts and cause a lot of cardiac distress. It has literally nothing at all to do with COVID-19, but for some reason, a large cross-section of the American population decided this is what we're going to take to deal with COVID-19. Ivermectin will not cure COVID-19. It will not affect COVID-19 in any way, shape, or form. What it will affect as a human being is your digestive tract, and taking ivermectin as a human being can cause permanent damage to your... Hold on. Exosuit thermal reactor. Oh, I think... Yeah, of all the things that I find a multiple of, it's the one I've already got. It will cause permanent damage to your digestive tract. Do not take ivermectin. However, if there's a person out there who looks at the available evidence and says, I have decided that I am going to permanently damage my intestinal tract by eating this horse dewormer paste, I'm going to tell them that that's what it's going to do. Like, it is going to permanently damage you. You will be sick for the rest of your life if you insist on moving ahead with this. But if they're going to go ahead, I'm not going to sit here and lecture them, because the decision that they're making affects them and them alone. Don't do it, but I'm not going to sit here and argue with somebody who says, no, I've looked at the available evidence, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to permanently destroy my intestinal tract by taking this. That choice affects them. When it comes to something like, I'm not going to wear a mask in this public place, this has consequences not only for the person who is doing literally everything at their disposal to get a potentially deadly disease, but also it's making it easier for them to transmit that deadly disease to other people who don't want to die, who don't want to have this happen to them. And that's where I separate with them on what is their right versus what is a social responsibility. Now, again, I don't go out in my day-to-day life and, like, lecture people on, like, you should wear masks and you should show respect for people that have, a compromised immune system or anything like that. Because I don't think that, like, confronting people and starting arguments about it is going to be very... Hold on. we'll be back online in just a second. Okay. I just don't think it's very constructive. I'm gonna eat my second emergency water. Yeah, let's we're back up near the surface. Let me head back to base. Mia has announced this morning, among other things, there's been no Frightening Friday stream today. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know that when I came in. I hope that she's doing okay. I did text her earlier today, but I'm not sure if she's busy or has other stuff going on. We send her our best, and hopefully we will see her tomorrow for VR Saturday. Thank you for checking, Spatman, because she had the opportunity to... Oh, this is all good news. She had the opportunity to drum for an African dance class, which she hadn't been able to do in ages, so she's taking it. That is very exciting. The ivermectin shit went around Germany and especially Austria a couple years ago as well. Jab is saying that's not really true. Ivermectin in doses designed for humans has been used for years. If you go to Africa, it was probably given to you for parasites. Now working on COVID is a whole other matter. Oh, it is conceivable that... there are like human... So yes, Jab, let me amend what I said. If you are prescribed ivermectin by a doctor in order to guard against intestinal parasites, that medical professional is prescribing a dose that is appropriate for human consumption. What we saw in the United States of America is because ivermectin is not just handed out without a prescription to people and is usually, as you said, prescribed to people who are likely to be traveling overseas to where those sorts of parasites are much, much more likely than they would be here. In order to lay their hands on it, people were just grabbing the horse paste. And that is very bad for you. Okay, so we're gonna get parked here. We used up about a quarter of our battery, a little bit more. We're gonna be able to repair it. Yeah, I love our foundation. So, yeah, suffice it to say that in my day-to-day life, in my producer's day-to-day life, in HW's day-to-day life, in Mia and Chivalry's day-to-day lives, in the lives of everybody that I know and prefer to hang out with, they are all very conscientious about, like, I've driven to the grocery store. Okay, nobody cares about this, but just so you guys know, 7 a.m. is when our local grocery stores open. When I go right at 7 a.m., which I do every week, I can get in and out in 15 minutes because there's nobody there. There's nobody there. I have gotten there at 6:59 and been ready to shoot in and out at, like, you know, basically maximum speed. By the way, not because I'm afraid of COVID, but because I don't like lines. Like, it's so easy for me to wake up early and, like, get in and out that I prefer to do that just for convenience sake. However, I have gone there. Okay, I did get a few of these, yeah. All right, so this is going to take care of my thirst problem. Hold on. I am very thirsty, so let's drink and drink.
Vital signs stabilizing.
All right. Do we have any more of those? I don't. So let's go check our grav trap. But what I was saying is that, like, I've gotten to the store and realized that, oh my god, I left my mask back at home. And I get back in the car and I drive back home. Because even if my odds of getting COVID are very low, even if my odds, if I get COVID, of it being severe are much lower than it might be for a lot of other people, the risk that I'm taking is not only my own. Because for all I know, I'm a COVID carrier today. I have no symptoms. Like there's no reason for me to think that I'm carrying COVID. But since I don't know, I don't have a current test that would tell me right this minute, why would I want to run the risk of potentially spreading COVID to the other people in the grocery store? It's not just about, like, I don't want to get it. I don't want to give it to other people. So I'm like, I'll just, you know, it's as easy for me to go home, grab my mask, and then go in, you know? It doesn't seem like... It also helps that I live fairly close. I'm not driving like 35 minutes. It's, 10 minutes down the road. And by the way, like, if somebody said, you know something, you know, I go in, I stay away from people, I use the self-checkout line, I go in and out, fine. You know, like, I'm really not here to tell people this is how you must live your life. My point is, I tend to be a lot more like live and let live when the decisions that people make are affecting themselves and don't have the capacity to hurt others. It's that second thing where you're more likely to hear from me on stuff. So I probably cooked more than I needed to. I don't know if I can can you put cooked food in here? You can, apparently. Okay. Yeah, it's just gonna rot in my pocket, so we'll just feed it to the reactor. Let's put away some of our quartz. We picked up some quartz. We picked up some titanium. We picked up some rubies, which are actually right over here. And... oh, we could actually... I didn't realize that we picked up a functional perimeter defense upgrade. I thought we only got the thing. And a creature egg, which... can I put that into the aquarium? No. Alright, so we'll put the creature egg inside the locker. Lockers are catch-all for things that I don't have a place for. Jab chops early as well. Spatman heard on a fact-checking podcast episode from public broadcaster on ivermectin where they didn't mention it being dangerous for humans yet, but very much showed its uselessness against COVID. Spatman also says it gets more disgusting when people are like, have done their own research, like that, start convincing other people of their dangerous bullshit, or worse yet, subject their children to it. I suggest looking up the topic of miracle mineral solution if you're ready to fry your brain. I believe I've heard of that in the past. I would need to refresh my memory. We also put a bunch of stuff into the prawn suit, so let's pull that out. Grab all this. And yeah, the uranite. I don't know that we have any crafting recipes that make use of it. Yeah, no, the rest of our emergency kit is fine. It's one of the reasons why, like, when the topic of, like, motorcycle helmet laws comes up, I tend to, like, talk a little bit about why I care about that, because again, it's not rubies. Yep, we can put our rubies away in here. Diamonds. Sure, let's put the diamonds in here. Lithium. I guess we'll put the lithium in here. And we might as well throw the uranite in here. I like that it's gel sacks. Why do I have so many gel sacks? Well, I picked up a bunch of gel sacks. All right, so we'll put those away. And I guess I'll just put the spare one in here. Let's slot the Sea Truck perimeter defense upgrade into the Sea Truck. Grumpy says, walked between work and the train station for the first time in a year, so out of breath. At least not so out of, like, nerve endings. Like, it doesn't sound like it was, like, horribly, frigidly cold. Sea Truck. Wow, I meant to go to the moon pool. Now, can I don't know if I can service the Sea Truck in any way if it's not outside. I feel like the Sea Truck dock is really helpful for when you are... yeah, I think we have to launch it. This says vehicle upgrade console, but I don't actually have access to the upgrades from here. So let's launch the Sunalander. Personally, I've not worn a mask for some time, but I'm retired, and I'm not out that much. Says Jab. Let me do... yes, access upgrades. So, we're going to put that in there. Increased threat protection. The previous game had, like, in the Colossus, or whatever it was called, you did have access to... Okay, I pressed the button. 2. It's lit up. Alright, maybe this, like, shocks enemies. That's what the, Colossus thing did. When you would, you could, like, electrify the hull, and it would drive away the thermal leeches that would go on there. Okay. Next up... Hold on, I mostly just wanted to get that slotted in so I wasn't taking up an inventory. And Grumpy does says, more out of breath than frigidly cold. Jab says, I was working in India. It was working in India, but in hindsight, it was probably just knocking out the parasites that people had. That had an effect on the patients because it was making them healthier, but it did not cure the COVID. It cured the parasites. Wait, I feel like I mixed... Oh! Okay, Jab was saying that initial testing on ivermectin appeared to have good results in India, but it was actually taking out parasites, not dealing with COVID. So, what I didn't do there, and, like, maybe it's time to, like, go to a new area, because we've done a lot in this area. Let's take a look, because I have a prod suit that can go deeper and farther than we've gone before. And we've done this part. I've searched the sea wreck as best as I can. We don't have to go to the nickel and gel sacks. I don't have a way through the mysterious ice store right now. We don't need any diamonds or rubies. The root pustule cave. Actually, I do need some more of those. Not right this minute, though. I don't know if I want to go there yet. Let's go somewhere new, is what I'm going to say. So I don't have the test module, so we can't go there. The cache and silver cage. What was the cache? I don't remember that. We might need to check that out, but I've got plenty of silver right now. I've got plenty of gold and lithium. We went to the last known position, and I'm pretty sure that the alien distress call I've already dealt with. I feel like that's how I got Adam inside my head, or whatever his name was. Alan. Alan his name is. So, we do have alien distress call origin, and then the architect artifacts. So, Alan has sort of been, like, calling my attention to these, and I don't know. I'm going to assume that the two that I've marked off I've already gotten. That might be a mistake. Let's go to the architect artifact PK8. I don't want to select these off, though, because otherwise I'm going to get mixed up. Yeah, and I need some more water. Yeah, I need a couple more bladderfish. And yes, I do have some in the aquarium, but anytime that we can... The aquarium fish are what I pick up when I can't find any out in the environment. I'll touch up the old hunger. Yeah. I am really going to enjoy having a couple days off. And I know I just got off vacation, but yeah, I'm really going to enjoy having a couple days off here. Today was interesting, but again, made the right decision to go back a little bit early. I do like to point that out, because I like to say, like, hey, this worked out well. Go back. Okay. This is plenty of water. More than I'm liable to make use of right now.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Spouten says to Jab, I think this was among the stuff that the podcast debunked as well. Debunked the proposed effect on COVID that is not the parasites. I think they dealt with that claim that it helped against COVID. But yeah, says Jab, I think they dealt with that claim that it helped against COVID in India. And that's the thing about, like, a a breaking news story, something that's happening live, it's very easy for information to come out and it seems like credible, but then there's more information. Like, it needs to be peer reviewed, it needs to be verified. And that's why I've learned, even just in the time that I've been streaming, to tread lightly on jumping on what seems to be the story of the moment, because sometimes it's not accurate. So yeah, let's make 2 more waters just to carry with us. And that is... No, this is saying 5 new recipes somewhere. Do I know where? Oh, okay, so we've got a couple of these. Got that. And then... Okay, maybe not. And that's... everything for now. I might want to, like... Gosh darn it. You know what I need? I need an extra battery that I just, like, have here ready to go. So that I can just always have a couple of fresh batteries on the thing. So yeah, let's pick 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna make 2 new batteries. And forgive me for not remembering. Battery is just copper ore. I couldn't remember if it was copper ore or copper wire. Okay. 2 fresh batteries. Oh, hello to Samalander and everybody raiding over. Samalander, I hope you had a great time with Fire Emblem 3 Houses. And I keep forgetting to ask if you are going to be jumping directly into the next Fire Emblem game, because that comes, like, real soon. Like, that's at the end of this month. Alright, let's put in our kind of low battery. And the next device that is the lowest is the scanner. So we're gonna just swap this out for the highest battery. And put that on the charger as well. Alright. And with that, we are ready to head out. So, Samalander, we did some cool stuff where we put a brand new foundation here as a landing pad for the prawn suit, or the Mia suit when it comes down. And that also helps when we want to, like, launch back up into the moon pool. Hello to Innertooth and Maxine. Having a great time with it, said Samalander. Probably going to do Forbidden West yet next. Okay, that's going to have to, like, notch it up on my list as well, because I want to be able to see your stream. Okay, oh, and we got a new upgrade for the sea truck, but it's like a defense perimeter upgrade. So, yeah. Let's head to... I'm sorry, I know that I just looked at which one I wanted to go to. We're going to go to PK8. I don't know that I can get there, and I am going to take the prawn suit because it just can go deeper. No. Oh, hold on. PK8 looks like it might be deeper than I can go. But you know what? Let's go check it out. And this jab might be a case where, like, I'll make a note if it turns out to be too deep for me to go there. PK8 looks really deep, though. I think I'm close to done with 3 houses. Probably 3 months left. Yeah, you've definitely shot ahead from where I was. I have to say that I didn't play any of 3 houses during my vacation. I really thought that I was going to. The Nintendo Switch is such a great game to... Sorry, such a great system to make use of when you've got, like, something else on. You know, you're watching a stream, you're listening to a podcast, you're listening to a stream as a podcast. And something like Fire Emblem goes really well with that because you can just like, it's all turn-based battles, so you can, like, divide your attention away if you need to. Salamander is slightly ahead in this game. Hold on, I want to get this salt and quartz, because I've made a lot of glass recently. Hold on. I'm going to grab that quartz, too. But Simulator says, I'm just slightly ahead of you in this game despite having played it before. And then Spatman said, is there any such thing as well-known public broadcasters in the US, actually? Or does everyone just consult private providers? Well-known public broadcasters? Like medical? Or like how do you mean, Spatman? Because I'm not sure. Like, in terms of, like, sources of news and stuff, there's certainly those. Also, I don't feel like I've ever seen these before. But apparently I have. And PBS and NPR are well-known public broadcasters in the US. Yeah, like that, for example. Also, like, the other day, speaking of things that, like, I just wanted to, like, verify what was said. The other day, so when we did the premiere of Marvel Midnight Suns, and this is in no way a spoiler, Cara Luna expressed, like, oh my god, I just can't with these character entries. And I legitimately didn't know what he meant at the time, like character entries, like in the codex or something. And no, what I figured out afterwards that he was referencing was like the character intros. Or like, and this could be like just a cultural difference between Norway and the United States. Rather than saying like character entries, I would have called them like character, like intro, like title cards or something. Like as a new character would get introduced, they would have like a little freeze frame and like a Borderlands style like title card would come up, and that's what he meant. I was very confused about that at first. Sources of news. Well. So major sources of news in the United States over the airwaves would probably be like NPR and, you know, national public broadcasters, followed by there's a number of local radio markets like Sinclair and I'm trying to think of some of the others, and those will draw from a collection of national news. Hold on, what's this? I don't know what this is. Those will draw from some Sea Truck Aquarium module fragment. Okay. I think that's all we need to do with Sea Truck Aquarium. No, it's not! It's 2 of 3! I'm doomed to never build anything for the Sea Truck. And then on television, you'll have MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. I've seen a lot of ads lately for something called News Nation. I have literally no idea. I mean, like, it's clearly a news focused channel, like current events, but I have no idea of their efficacy, their reliability. Spatman says, all I ever hear about is private networks like Fox or News Corp and the shit that they do. Never heard of NPR or PBS, and I googled the topic myself and said, they're not all that bad. Yeah, there's, and NPR has, like, as far as I know, I think you really have to get out into the middle of nowhere to not have access to an NPR station. A lot of their programming is nationally focused, but has a lot of. It's very fact-based and informational content. Sometimes to a fault. I remember hearing like one story that presented very neutrally the. Now hold on. Okay, I do have headlights on. I was about to say I feel like I don't have headlights on. That presented very neutrally the role that, like... I don't want to say the wrong company name, but whatever company it was that, like, got sued over, like, their role in, like, spreading, opioids, like greatly expanding access to opioids and the resulting opioid addiction. Okay, so this doesn't seem... Nope, this is going to be too deep. This is too deep for the prawn suit. Okay. Okay, just relax. So, you know what else I didn't do? Like an idiot, I didn't put any beacons into the thing, because otherwise I would absolutely mark this as inactive volcano with maybe a side of diamonds, which, yeah, we're going to grab some diamonds while we're here. I feel like I have a lot of lithium right now, you know, famous last words, but I don't worry too much about the lithium. In the event that I mistake a diamond for lithium, or sorry, whatever. Yeah, we're doing pretty good there. Okay, let's put away as much of this stuff that I can, which turns out to be a lot of it. And now I'm going to save it real quick. And then we're going to go for a dive, absent the prawn suit. But yeah, Jab was saying I was pretty much following Dr. John Campbell out of England on YouTube. I'm not familiar with that person, but I'll check that person out. I specifically mean publicly funded as opposed to privately held, but yeah. So as far as I know, NPR and PBS are primarily publicly funded. Not necessarily by the government. There's a lot of, like, you know, personal grants that go into it. Like they thrive in a lot of, like...
contains traces of information suggesting what has become of my people.
Viewer donations help to keep them afloat. Sometimes corporate, sometimes viewer, like individuals. This looks like an ion cube. Okay, that doesn't look like some place that it's safe for me to go. I'm looking around to see if there's anything else in this chamber that I should grab. I'm not desperate for diamonds or rubies. Okay, let me get back to the Mia suit. We're gonna refill on oxygen, and then I might see if I can, like, look, you know, poke my head down there. I really don't want to die, and I really don't want to, like, reload if I die, but at the same time, it does feel like the game wanted me to come here in order to, like, discover what's down there, and aside from, like, scanning that one device, I'm not sure that that mission has been accomplished, so I do want to, like, I don't want to leave here and not have found the thing that I was supposed to find. So I'm going to save it again, and then we're going to head down there. Because I've been next to, like, volcanic activity before, and it hasn't been even damaging, much less immediately lethal, so maybe this isn't as horrible as an idea as it feels like. No, it's a super bad idea. Okay, well, that was not worth a shot. It was very stupid. This game still looks really good, though.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, so I'm going to have a first aid kit, and I do have another one in the boot as well. Okay, well that wasn't unproductive. We did find another couple ion cubes, and we're going to be very happy to have those someday. That actually fills up the prawn suit nicely. All right, let's save it. So that was this place. I guess I'll uncheck it if it still exists as a... No, yeah, that was PK8, everybody. So we could head for Z13 or Architect Body Cache. I don't have a strong opinion on which, so we'll probably... Z13's 2 kilometers away. Artifact Body Cache is much closer, so let's head in that direction. Spouten says, really, it's just that I heard so much about those big five who own all the airwaves from YouTube videos. I swear I'll never take the slightest bit of news from YouTube ever again. And never had I learned about the existence of NPR and PBS and Fellows. It just goes to show how I'm also being drawn into the overly apocalyptic descriptions, I guess. Jav says, writing note, stay out of the volcano. People, what I will say, Spatman, is that people expressing concern over large news conglomerates having a very hefty degree of control over the news of the day and what qualifies as information and whether or not it is... Hold on, I'm looking down here. Is this all titanium? It is. Those concerns I would also agree with. NPR and PBS exist. They are not operating on the same level of public recognition or reach, I feel, that some of the... that the others are. Sea Truck Aquarium Module Fragment. This is 3 of 3. Thank God! Okay, I do not know why I would want an aquarium in the Sea Truck, but I'm glad that I can do it now. I'm actually going to save that. Okay, so we're working our way towards Body Fragment, which is directly below. It's 400 meters directly below. And I do not want to go beyond 400 meters right now. Not until I have a small amount of magnetite, at which point everything changes. This is where I thought I was going before. Yeah, this is the super deep place. I don't think there's another landing spot. Well, this isn't 75 meters down. That's about as low as I want to try to get, I feel like. So one thing that I definitely know is that below this space it's very dangerous. Like that guy right there. He's like a mesmer guy, and he like makes you high, and you can't trust your sensors and stuff. I'm gonna drink because I could probably use one. I don't know if I want to have another health pack, but I will say this: I probably want to have another health pack on me. Okay, but the fuck, dude, I wasn't even near you. Can I scan him now? Okay, I really want to learn about this guy. Medium-sized herbivore with an elongated, bifurcated torso and multiple bioluminescent adornments. Slow and vulnerable, long arms for seed forestation, an array of feather-like appendages. When threatened, emits a pheromonal defense that disrupts higher-order brain function in certain species. At night, the illuminated plumage looks like a school of smaller fish, perhaps convincing predators they're not worth the chase. Dangerous in unfamiliar environments. Well, everything's unfamiliar. Hello to Ronan! Yes, weekend hype indeed. I am very glad to be into the weekend. Also, it's about to be freezing. In the game, I mean. Our weather's actually been very, very, very moderate this year. Is that more uranite? It is. Okay, so I definitely want a bunch more of these. Because now we know that they're used for things that I want. Oh, this is what I needed. What do I need? This? The cotton anemones. That's how you make the polyaniline or whatever it's called. Okay, that's a lot, but it's probably going to be a good idea. So I know that I put a beacon here. We should update it to say that this is where the cotton anemones are. You can get good news out of YouTube, says Jab. You just have to look. France 24, the Arab one, senior moment. Is that Al Jazeera, Jab? Is good for anything not about the Mideast. Also, Times Radio, says Jab. Okay. So, we've got a bunch of this. Inedible can be used in advanced construction. Yeah, I would like to get at least one more flowering spore. And my concern is that, like, I don't want to throw any of this out. Like, if we've got to dump something, it's going to be the quartz. So let me take out some quartz. I really don't want to throw out the quartz. I need so much glass. Alright, so not doing super great on inventory space, but hold on. Enter prawn. Save. Who needs friends when you have anemones like this? Says Grumpy. Grumpy, are you on your, like, are you home now, or are you still on the commute? Oh, fuck, what? What even was that? God damn this place. I honestly don't know what that was. Loop plant. Jump fucking A! Hit it! Hit the more! Can I switch to this? Stab. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm not trying to yell. Loop plant. Is this where I get the spiral cuttings? Fucking A! Can I kill that? Don't answer that. I'm worried about dying. I'm worried about drowning. I'm trying to scan this thing and trying to see if it's like, I need spiral cut plants for some damn crafting thing or other, and I don't remember what it is. And also I've got this jackhole, like, just like gripping on and trying to drag me to a watery grave. Choo-choo still, says Grumpy. Bad touch. Yes, bad, very bad touch. It seems this place wants to kill you. This place very much wants my character dead. I wanted to read about loop plant. 2 thick red stalks that intertwine around a centralized green bulb. A series of thin yellow rings grow around the bulb in a decentralized orbit. That doesn't clarify if I should cut it, which probably means that I shouldn't. By the way, where is the thing that I'm looking for? It's 200 meters straight down. Let me try to beeline for that. I don't know if I can. This might be an area that can only be done once you get some more upgrades. And that's fine. Like, I can just come back later, but Yeah, this doesn't seem... One thing that we don't have here are, like, any oxygen plants. No. Okay, we would have gotten something after 3 hits. Oh, you know what? You know what? Hold on. This... I would really benefit here, especially with the mesmers or whatever they're called, the lily padders. I would really benefit from the Pathfinder. To, like, know my way back, for sure. Spatman says...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Well, I just wanted to probe whether or not NPR and cohorts were ever known. Like, from the clickbaity shit that I watched, you'd think that I'd get an answer like, what's NPR? So I'm very pleasantly surprised to learn that I was just hoodwinked negativity bias out of the... that I was just hoodwinked, negativity bias got the best of me both. Well, yeah, it's cool that you're, like, aware of NPR. My producer in particular listens to a lot of that on her commutes. I have increasingly found the miracles of just leaving the radio off. Anything, just sometimes it's nice. Sorry, I didn't get out the Pathfinder. Okay. We're going to take out the Pathfinder, which is right here. So I don't want to give away... We definitely don't need the habitat builder down here, at least not right now. It would be nice... It would be interesting to build a base down here. But I would need some way to, like, recharge on oxygen, and there's not a lot of, like, fish. Son of a bitch. I'm so... I take out the Pathfinder, and then I don't lay down any beacons. Okay. 1. Okay. Now we're gonna get out. Okay, now I'm gonna go look down here. Yeah, I don't see any oxygen plants or anything down here that would refill oxygen. This feels like some place that you can only adequately explore once you have something that can survive. Yeah, so I want to go this way to find my way back out. What? God fucking damn it! Alright. Gets me every time. Every single time. Grumpy saying Angel is channeling his inner Patikan and roaring. Yeah, I don't... I want to, like, continue to look a little bit, but I feel like I'm at the outer limit of what I'm going to be able to do. Without a more of an upgrade that can get down here. So... Hold on, this seems like something, but just a marker. Yeah, everything else is deeper and more likely to get drowned, so... Wait, which way is this pointing now? Over here, alright. Okay, I might drown now. There we go. Oh, the panic. Spamman saying, for me, it's the other way around. I've been discovering the wonders of having the radio on when I'm alone, that is.
30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
So I don't necessarily like having it on at work and stuff, but I'm sure I'd get annoyed with it eventually. Okay. Yeah, so this, the body architect, whatever, that's gonna have to be something that we come back to. Just chill out here. And yeah, so we'll probably have to head back to the base now. But if we can't do Z13... Oh, no, Z13 would actually be the other one that we can do. It's very far away. So, yeah, maybe we'll head back to the Sunlander. We'll get a chance to rest, recharge, heal. I could use some more healing packs. I'm currently carrying my emergency backup one. Spelman says, also, Jab, I've been doing that for 2 days as well. Wouldn't have ever gotten the idea before, but I think it's pretty good. I just like to feel like I could sing along. But maybe I can get there. Try singing along to like Ariana Grande one day. That'll put the fear of God into you. She's a very good vocalist. Hold on, let's
Seek fluid intake.
Yeah, I know. So I do feel right at this exact moment that what I'm working on now is I need magnetite in order to get the depth upgrades to be able to go deeper. And from what I've found so far, there is no magnetite at any of the depths that I can currently reach. Also, Sam Lander, because I know that you weren't here, I did a pretty thorough exploration of all the parts of the wreck that I could find. And came away with 2 out of the 3 parallel processing unit pieces. The problem is, so the lady said to me, go get a test module to get Altera off my back. That feels like the next thing that I'm supposed to do, except I can't find the 3rd part. And that's not yet a question, a request for, advice. Just, that's where I am with it. Also, I don't know if Sam Lander's still here, but I was gonna ask him how he feels about the announcement that 1D&D or D&D 1, whatever it's called, is, they're changing the open gaming license so that now they're gonna have they're reserving the right to, get royalties from particularly successful creators. Alright, so here's our foundation. We're just gonna recharge and then get up into the moon pool.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Let's unpack what we can. Grab a whole bunch of quartz, for example. The quartz I may immediately compress into glass because I've got so much quartz and I know I'm going to need so much glass. Let's put away this discus fish. We'll keep the batteries on. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we can solve this. Let me grab one of my bladderfish. This is going to solve the immediate I'm going to die of thirst soon.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Yeah, we do need some food. Before we drink the food, though, or have the food, let's just compress some of this into glass because I've got just too much of it. Spatman has heard that Ariana Grande is God, but I've never sung in my life, so basically any good singer on the radio is too much for me at the time. But maybe, you know, I'll not lose hope before I even really try. Hey, go for it. Nobody's, if you're in the car by yourself, go ahead and let it belt. Hit it. Who's gonna complain? Okay, so the young cotton anemone, we need to put that someplace. But now that I've cleared some inventory space, I need food. So let's go visit our grav trap. Yeah, so I guess Wizards of the Coast is like adjusting the gaming license, the open gaming license, which has previously been used by creators to like release material that's designed for Dungeons and Dragons or designed around those systems, and unless they're reprinting the rules verbatim, everything is just like you built it, you own it. Well, apparently now Wizards of the Coast is saying, well, but if you built it and people like it enough that you're making like, and I've seen a lot of disagreement about the number, but it's like $500,000 a year or $750,000 a year, then they want to start getting royalties on the money that you pay, that you make after that. But even then, it's not sure like what is going to be.
Vital signs stabilizing.
I feel like there's a lot of talk about this right now, but because the policy hasn't been. Maybe I'm seeing old videos, right, that don't yet reflect what the current situation is, but right at the moment, it feels very confusing to me about what the rules are. I'm gonna go... We need, at least 2 more med kits, one to make me feel better and one to put back into the prawn suit, so... Let's start with that. Spatman has no car and lives with my mom who's retired, so I'm never really by myself right now. But if and when I get a job that I'm aiming for, I'll have to move out, which might be around August if I'm lucky. Well, Spatman, you know, best hopes for that. I remember when Blobbly was moving out. Blobbly and Brian, both last year, like, moved and found new places. And as far as I know, are both very happy with where they landed. Prawn suit thermal reactor. Yeah, I don't have any kyanite. And then the sea truck upgrade. Right, the we've already gotten that one. What about the aquarium upgrade? Is it not an upgrade? It's like a module? Okay, look, let's not get confused by this right now. Let me have a first aid kit. That takes me back up to 100. Let me put the other first aid kit into the prawn suit. And now we've got our backup first aid kit back in there. And I wouldn't mind carrying around one as well. Let's unload the rest of the stuff that we brought back. At least as much of it as we can. Alright, what do you need for a floor standing locker? Let's find out. Quartz and 2 titanium. I think I can afford that. In a second. Yeah, let's, maybe right here. Okay, I don't know that we can, like, name these, but at least we can put some extra stuff away. Let's put away all our diamonds into this one. Maybe all the diamonds and lithium, because I've sort of got these kicking around in different lockers. Here's all the lithium. Oh, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. The salt deposit, I don't know that I want to have in there. And sure, the young cotton anemone, although I might pull those right back out. Let me... Oh, the old cooked fish. I'm full, so let's put that into the reactor, since I'm actually running out of power very quickly now. Yeah, so the trouble with the floor standing locker is the inability to name it. That's gonna, like, this is just gonna be like a generic storage, I feel like, since I'm never gonna remember what I put into it. Jab says, nah, I would have to listen to my own singing, and I'm not that tough. Yeah, sure, the ion cubes. Oh, wait, I'm not on the wrong screen. Put that away. The uranite crystal I can put here? No. Here? Yes. And then, well, yeah, we'll slide in the glass there, and the salt deposit, I guess, we can put that away. Let's... Well, hold on, how am I doing? I've got enough power. Yeah, we're going to grab this out, go here, swap out our battery, and then put that one on to charge. Most of the rest of the stuff, like even the Pathfinder doesn't eat very much energy, so I feel like we're good there. I wouldn't mind some more water for sure. And then the next place that we want to go check out is so far away that I think taking the sea truck is the right way to go. That's all the, all the bladderfish we see around, is it? Okay, here's one. Yes, okay. That's gonna be enough to fully refill on water. And I'm going the wrong way. Although, I don't know how to append things onto the sea truck. We gotta figure out that aquarium before we go. Let's put in, yeah, the featherfish, because I don't actually need that food right now. And we are gonna make 3 waters. By the way, I don't know if anybody saw, but Carolina was playing X-Morph Earth Defense or something like that. And like I was saying earlier, that game is... It's made by the same people that made the Riftbreaker. And I'm very impressed by the Riftbreaker. Oh, you know what? This will tell us somewhere about that thing that we got for the Sea Truck. Sea Truck Aquarium Module. Oh, we do have to go back to the mobile vehicle bay. Okay. Attachable sea truck module that collects live specimens from the external environment. Really? Just by going around? Okay. Let's pin this. I'm going to want to have all the parts that I want for that. So that's going to be... We're going to need enameled glass and a plasteel ingot. And the 2 wiring kits are going to be super easy. Let's get those going right now. I feel like that solves all sorts of problems, honestly. So, we've got that. Now, for the plasteel ingot, that's a titanium ingot, which is going to be 5 titaniums. And 2 lithiums. And I think we just put a bunch of lithium in here. Let's do that part. And now the enameled glass, which is glass, diamond, and lead. And I do think that we found enough lead to make that happen. So, where did I put all my glass? Yes, 2 diamonds. And now 2 leads, which that last part... Whoops. I didn't mean to start editing that name. So much lead. Okay, 2 enameled glasses. Okay, now we have all the parts that we need to do that. Oh, wow! I didn't know that you could, like, drag and drop them. That's cool. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that up just so that I remember what I need. And... yeah, let's take the Sunlander out and get ourselves an aquarium module. This way. I'm just gonna, like... rather than put a lot of stuff into the reactor, we're gonna be away for a while. I want to make sure that when we come back, we just have fuel that we can throw into it really quick. Anything else? Yes. Grab that. Grab that. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So yeah, I'll put one more fish in there to hopefully, like, just get the batteries up. But then in our glass case, let me put in some more organic matter that's not going to rot, and then we can deal with that later. So yeah, let's go. Yeah. We're going to go get the sea truck. Go back to our mobile vehicle bay. That's where we can't go. That's the camera. Oh, did I turn it off? I might have, like, swapped it off here. Let's head back to drop pod, because at least I know where that was. Yeah, that's going to be right next to our mobile vehicle bay. I still have Mia's channel up because I was waiting for her to go live, but now I guess we can drag this over and... yeah, be back on regular chat. Now, Spatman, moving from, like, here to August, hopefully you'll have enough time to find a place that's, like, appropriate for you. Also, like, if you look down at the bottom... the self-defense module is still on, and I don't know if that's cost me power. I don't know how to turn it back off. It's highlighted because I pressed 2, but pressing 2 again or pressing 1 does not toggle it back off. Maybe it doesn't matter at all. Hopefully this weekend we'll have a chance to watch some more of The Sandman. I feel like it's going to be a busy weekend with both of us being back at work, but I'd like to stay on that because I really enjoyed the episodes we've seen so far. Okay, there's the mobile vehicle bay. So let's park near it. I don't know how this works. This is described as being a module for the sea truck, but also... attachable sea truck module that collects live specimens. Yeah, okay.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Open storage. Oh, well, hey, we've got storage on the sea truck now. That's pretty cool. It's kind of dark in here. And it doesn't have any oxygen. Let me see if I can get a light out. Flashlight. Open here. Okay, let's see if we can attach the sea truck to this. Because it feels like... enter sea truck. How do you... I feel like that's about 180 degrees. Okay, is that... Nope. Enter sea truck. Maybe you connect on the other side? Okay, let's turn. Oh, that did it! And apparently I did damage to it. Hold on. Oh, you can walk around inside it now? It captured a fish for me. Oh, this is so cool. And yes, it does. Okay, so it does give you power. Sorry, it does give you oxygen when you're connected to it. Spatman's already applied for one job, and I'll apply for more of the same kind and hope that they'll answer me soon. The defense module is just selected, not active. You can click it to fend off creatures, or hold and release the mouse button to charge up and deal more damage at the cost of more energy. Clicking it just once costs almost nothing. Okay, I will try that next. Also, yes, we are getting, animals. That is extremely cool. And then we go out the back now. Okay. Disconnect modules. That's what that switch does. Or we can exit the sea truck altogether there. This is very neat. Yep, look at that. A portable aquarium. Okay. While I'm here, let's... Remember my missing flashlight? I'm curious if the missing flashlight is actually here somewhere.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, lots of ion cubes. I gotta remember that I've got those here. 1 lead. I can remember that I have that. Root pustule. Okay, yeah, definitely don't know what to do with that yet. Lots of diamonds and lots of rubies still. Alright, so we're still pretty good on the stuff that I've got here. Let me take out this battery. And speaking of the flashlight, we'll actually swap that out. Put my not really dead battery away. Still got plenty of food and water for the future. And there's my missing flashlight. Yep. I put it into the storage locker. Great. Salmalander has returned and sees that I'm learning about sea truck modules. Yes, we just built our very first one. Let me drink this. And yeah, we're gonna get one snack. Let's grab... Come back. That guy, and we're gonna grab this guy as well. Boy, it is a different environment here than where we set up our second base. Do really like it. Okay, the next step was... Oh, I was just gonna cook the food that I had. Salmalander has yet to actually find the sea truck aquarium in any playthrough. Oh no! Like... That's weird to me, because it's the only one that I've found. It's basically the only one I've even found a hint of so far. I must be doing things in a weird order. Okay, so we've got food, we've got water, we've got emergency food and water. Let's take our brand new sea truck module. Yeah, look at it. This is very cool. Oh, hold on. Can I, fix it? And can we fix it from the inside, specifically? Repair tool. No. Okay. Okay, now we're all back in pieces. I wonder how large your sea truck can get. There must be more modules then. Okay, so I wanted to head towards... Oh, Lord help me. Not the body cache. Was it Z13? Let's see what we've got marked. I think it is Z13 because I didn't mark off any of those other ones. So yeah, Z13 must be the next one that we're going to go see. I just realized, said Spatman, the aquarium module I never built would have solved my problem with food shortages underway because I didn't realize that it catches fish for you. It seems super cool that it does, right? Like, you're just going along and it sucks fish in and then you just have them wherever you go. You know what I should see? I should see if we can build anything else inside the sea truck. It'd be surprising if you could, just make it into a mobile base. But... be pretty cool. Oh, and by the way, let me just... Yep, there we go. So we can use this to shock enemies. Thank you for telling me that, Spatman. Spatman's going to build one right now. Okay, should I be curious about where this cable goes? Because I'm a little curious on where it goes. Also, let's not park too close to the surface. Remember that time I had a lot of difficulty getting back into the sea truck? This might have accidentally been the thing that I was meant to do. Or not. Yeah, okay, because we could have just driven here. Hello to Dougler, who says, what is the underwater version of roadkill? Sea slaughter? That's what I'd go with. Hold on. It is this way, yeah. So I guess we'll just continue on. It definitely looks like Architect Artifact Z13 is up out of the water. But we will go this way as much as we can. If I was ever in the water, like, these are beautiful in a video game. If I was ever in the water with these, I would not be in the water with these. Because you underwater roadkilled a bunch of things. Yes, I've been ramming into them with impunity because I've been sort of thinking that they would get sucked into the aquarium. And they don't. They just splat against the canopy. Okay, this seems less and less like someplace that I want to go with a sea truck that's a couple modules long, so we'll park her here. I like the sea truck. I always wondered why it was called a sea truck, and now I know, because you can basically add a trailer. Pouch bulb. Okay, I can't eat anything that comes out of that. Anything else while I'm here? No. It's getting colder, so that's why I'm, like, looking quickly. Oh, it's still... Okay, it is going up now. Okay. I thought, wow, is the water so cold that actually this doesn't work?
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Okay. I think seek shelter is a good idea.
This artifact could provide useful information. Processing. I can visualize a location where we may find an important component for my body. The image is hazy, but I am sure it is correct. A stark surface landscape, dangerously cold. Curved spires stretch to the sky.
New technology acquired.
Okay, ion battery. Glad for that. And an ion power cell. Yeah, because I've got lots of ion cubes, which I expect are going to be used for those. I've been saving them up just for that. Now, what is this? Come on. So yeah, for this section, I could have brought the prawn suit, I suppose, but I also don't feel like it would have benefited. Like, I would have benefited from having a prawn suit. It's not like there's a lot of grillable resources here. Hello to Dougler, who says, how goes? And hello to Haseo. Dougler, I am very glad to be in the weekend. It was a busy but productive week. And I had actually gone live with the intent of just raiding over to Mia when she went live, and then discovered that she will not be live this evening. She had a professional opportunity and decided to take it, which I can certainly understand, and hopefully she will be live tomorrow. Sam Leonard says, if you ever get to the point where you want a specific sea truck module, just ask, and I'll likely be able to help you get there. I think best is just finding them at random, though. Yeah, I mean, I would... Whoops, I'm hitting the mic. At worst, like, if I my thing with this game and others like it is sometimes like I just don't know how to progress, but that is part of the experience. Oh, and there is more on this island. Why am I so dumb about not bringing beacons where I go? Okay, we can't get up here. Okay, I didn't think that was that far of a fall. All right, let's warm up in the water. Let's warm up in the frigid Arctic water. And then when we get out, let's find what this is. No thermal lilies here, I guess. There's something here. Yeah, tough to see in the storm, but... yeah. I continue to be amazed that Sam Lander played either of the games without a flashlight. Is that the very first, I don't remember getting any other jukebox discs, is all I'm saying. I feel like that's the first one ever. Like, what did you do? Just turn, like, the gamma all the way up? I feel like I wouldn't be able to see anything. Fun fact says... Spatman, hold on.
Hypothermia imminent.
I don't suppose this is warm. Oh, it is! Oh, thank God. Okay. Spatman was saying, fun fact, in the German version, the sea truck is called the Sea Train. As you probably know, Germans are very fond of their Federal Railroad Company, whose trains are usually red. So, of course, I made my sea train red and named it the USS 68 after a particularly unreliable local shuttle train line, the S68. Also, my prawn suit was named Bon Body Beta, and my Snowfox was named the Bon and Ride. I don't have clever names for my vehicles. I just name them after people in chat. Also, Jab was surprised. And hello to Sebastian! But Jab was saying, wait, German trains are unreliable? Talk about shattered expectations. Yeah, one thing, like, Spatman might be talking about their, like, unreliable by, like, that one is unreliable by German standards. By American standards, it's probably as regular as the rising tide.
All Terra facility beacon detected nearby. Unique identifier. Phi Robotics Center.
Okay, this is cool that we found the Phi Robotics Center. I'm ripped because I want to go see whatever's over here as well, even though it doesn't look like this bridge is complete.
There is something of significance beyond this bridge. It was important to Alterra, but more important to me.
Will it help us build you a body?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so I need hydraulic fluid.
Hypothermia imminent.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until my temperature gauge goes all the way back up. This is a very cool module.
How do humans cope with the loss of memories?
Like forgetting someone's birthday? I don't know. It just happens.
When you die, some quantity of knowledge is lost forever to the next generation. Isn't that...
I'm warning you. If you call humanity inefficient one more time, I will swim us both into the mouth of a Leviathan.
Is that sarcasm? I am still having trouble differentiating.
How inefficient?
Efficiency aside, does the loss of knowledge not create complications?
Well, on a personal level, losing someone can be traumatic. But it's harder to process the idea of generational knowledge. Humans aren't networked, so we can't even be aware of what we're losing moment by moment. We try to learn from history. Maybe it's not ideal, but it's what we have.
What happens when you no longer have the memories of others to combine with your own?
You make your own memories and interpretations. You have to experience life as an autonomous being. Discover yourself.
That idea is foreign to me.
Okay, I just wanted to wait for them to talk before I saved it. So yeah, let's go see if we can find the Phi Robotics Center. Might be somewhat easier in the daytime. Pick up snow. I still, aside from just like, haha, I'm throwing a snowball, I don't know that I understand the purpose of picking up the snow. Spatman is saying that the Federal Railroad Company has effectively been privatized. Okay. Effectively been privatized. And as a consequence, the railroad network got economicsed into the ground. It is a point of personal frustration to me to see matters of public works turned over to private enterprise on the grounds that, well, it's expensive. And like here in America, what you would hear reliably over and over and over again is, oh, well, private enterprise can always do things better than the government can. And this appears, in my view, to be nearly 100% false all of the time. And much like you're describing, Spatman, we see public infrastructure, previously owned public infrastructure, turned over to private business interests that then seek to make them seek to make the individuals working there seek to make personal profit off of it, even at long-term expense, and things get bad quickly. Okay, so I feel like we can go in there. I'm hesitating at the entrance to this cave because, like, we're warm here. Okay, I'm very glad that we discovered a beacon that's going to mark this place. It makes me feel somewhat better about not having a beacon of my own.
Phi Robotics. This is where Sam worked.
Snow Fox hoverpad fragment. Yeah, I probably want to have that. I don't have a Snow Fox yet, but this will be cool.
New blueprint synthesized.
The hoverpad is a deployable pad equipped with 2 articulating arms for rapid Snow Fox assembly and repair. Recharged via magnetic to thermal energy conversion, most commonly used for land-based operations in low to medium gravity. So I will say one thing about Below Zero. It does have, and I feel like I probably talked about this in episode 1, it does still have that sort of like rough jankiness when you're on land. It very much feels like a game engine that was designed around being able to swim around, and when you're sort of ambulating on the ground, your feet just get caught up on things. And you might think, well, isn't your character wearing flippers? Like, you can actually see, like, that would be awkward to walk around and get stuck on, get caught on everything. Oh yeah, I've walked on flippers. It sucks. Like, if you've never had the experience of walking in skis or flippers, they are, like, incredibly gawky in different ways, and it is difficult to communicate if you haven't had the experience just how clumsy you feel with it. Nonetheless, that's not a great feeling for your video game. It still feels bad to walk around. So if that's what they're going with, they can choose to go with something different. Okay, I can't get around back here, and I can't scan anything from down here. It feels, I don't know that it's intentional at all. I feel like more it's just we built a really cool game for and I will go in there. We built a really cool game for swimming around. Our on foot navigation has suffered somewhat. Take item. Oh, okay. Disinfected water. Glad to have that because we are running a little bit low on the thirst. By the way, I've always treated these cargo pods as not being openable. If that's not correct, like, should I be using my laser cutter on them? I feel like the game would tell me if yes, but okay. I just realized that I would feel like the stupidest person in the world if all of these had, like, cool things inside, and I just walked past them because I thought that they were non-interactable. Hold on, we'll continue down the shattered pathway in a minute. Dooley was saying, look at the Texas power grid. Spetman saying, yeah, that was basically the reason they gave for that step. They also did it with the postal system, as far as I know. Jab is saying some things are and some things are not. I think regarding, like, whether or not they're best in hands of, like, private versus public enterprise. Germany basically has more similarities to the USA than I would like to admit. And Grumpy says, look, you're just swimming in air. Okay, there is a place to go in downstairs. Why can I not... I probably wouldn't, like, make use of these hatches that often, but I'd still like to be able to build them. I have all of the schematics. Wow. Isn't it fun? Really? Oh, no, there is something over there. Okay. I was about to say, this is so clearly marked as the administrator's location. There's not going to be anything in here.
Oh, you brought a friend.
Spy pangling and training. We're recording audio. Is that okay?
Of course. I have the photos you sent. What am I looking at here?
Corral pustules on the frozen Leviathan.
That's nothing to worry about in and of itself. It's well contained.
The ice samples suggest it's been frozen since the time of the outbreak. The strain made the planet uninhabitable. If it mutates...
Are you feeling unsafe?
Very.
If I escalate this issue for you, will you feel comfortable enough to concentrate again? I have deadlines for the Snow Fox and the mining bots coming up. I really need your focus on the penglings.
Oh, yeah. That's a relief, actually. I was expecting more of a fight.
Nothing is more important than our safety. I'll take care of it, okay?
Thanks. I won't let you down.
Thanks, Sam. Keep up the good work.
Inventory full. No, we always have space for a poster. A large flask. Darn it. Well, I didn't realize that a large flask was that big. Let's drink one of my filtered waters. That should free up an inventory space, right?
Hey guys, I'm so glad you're here.
Where else would I be? Like I'd miss Fred being exposed as the alien intruder.
That's not gonna happen.
But you didn't say you were not the intruder.
No, not this argument again. I beg you.
I think the game will settle this debate.
So, I just want to ask you something quick before Zeta gets back and we start playing. It's about the cavern with the frozen Leviathan. I investigated and...
You investigated? When? I didn't see you.
Maybe you were asleep or busy doodling inappropriate sea creatures.
Those drawings are art.
Anyway, I've looked into it, and I think we have reason to be concerned. It wasn't that long ago this planet was uninhabitable. But if we work together, we can get them to put an end to the Corral mutation experiments.
I'm not comfortable with this.
Samantha, you're paranoid.
Come on now. You're Sam out. She has our safety at heart.
And the rest of us don't?
Zeta!
Can we play the game now?
Sam loved working here with her spy pinglings.
Do all humans like work?
The lucky ones do.
Are you lucky?
I used to think I was.
I mean, I could get this, but it's just gonna dump. Yeah, I'll leave that be. I already have a laser cutter, so it's just gonna get transmuted into titanium. Spatman says just going to Kappa to get some minerals.
Hey, Sam. Oh, hey there, Pengling buddy.
Hi, Fred. What brings you this way?
I was just passing by. Lillian wanted a hand with a deep dive out in the bridges. You know, I think she's right. There is some weird stuff out there.
The clicking sound?
An SOS. I heard it with my own ears.
So you think she's right? There's intelligent life down there?
I don't know. I'll leave that to you scientist types.
This scientist is more at home with these penglings. But if my sister was here, she'd be all over this.
Wait, are you telling me you're not the brains in the family?
Oh, my family has many different brains. Like
a Hydra?
Well... Oh, yeah, actually, I like that analogy. Makes it hard to get along sometimes, but it's never dull.
Combined with a frozen water source, water purification tablets can create drinkable water as you explore the snowy surface.
Okay, there we go. That's what the snow is for. Previously explored research locations accessible via spy penglings. So you're really gonna build one of these, huh? Okay, that's very cool. Samlin is also very excited for the spy pengling.
This must have been Sam's room. But something's not right.
She usually keeps it messy.
Hi, you. How's everything at Pengling Central?
Oh, fine. But I haven't heard anything since giving the footage to Zeta. It's been, what, a week?
Did she promise you a report?
No, but I expected some kind of reaction. Maybe I should take it up with Emmanuel. It is Kara, after all, and it could cause a lot of suffering if it got out.
And why would it get out? We have professional containment and know how to neutralize it in an emergency. Sam, I love you, but you don't know what you're talking about.
You love me? Wait, why do you know so much about this?
It's my area of research.
Why are you being evasive?
Oh, I'm gonna tell you something, and then you have to drop this crusade you're on before you damage your career. We're researching the bacteria.
What kind of research are you doing?
I don't want you worrying about this. We are aware of the possible downsides, but they're far outweighed by the potential. That's as much as I can tell you. Sam.
I need to think. I have to go.
Wow, these are some hardy fish. It doesn't feel like anybody's been here for a while, but they're just carrying right on inside their little aquarium, huh? Maxine says, I should sleep now. Maxine, I hope that you have a wonderful evening. I'm going to dump this copper on the ground so that I can... I don't really need another first aid kit, though. I do want that poster on the wall. Yeah, Maxine, I hope you have a great, great evening. Cold suit? Yeah, I want that.
New blueprint synthesized.
Self-regulating interior compressor. Alright, so we're gonna have to get a cold suit. Practicing mindfulness as a leader. I don't want to read this. No, sorry. I get too much corporate pap in my life already. To pass. Hard pass. All right, is there anything else in here? Because I damn near missed the... It sucks that I can't reach in here and get any of the fish. I'd like to set them free or eat them. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. So what do I need in order to get a cold suit? Frost vase plant and a salt deposit. I've probably seen a frost vase. Cold suit. We just need some snow stalker fur. All right. All right. That is, as far as I know, everything here. I've tried to be very thorough as I went around. Maxine is saying good night, everybody. Maxine, seriously, have a great evening. Throw your suit into the fridge. That works too. That would be that's the most economical way to get a cold suit, for sure. Okay, so I looked around upstairs. I looked around downstairs. I scanned everything that I could find. Oh, yeah, I definitely didn't look down here. Let's save it, because I feel pretty good about the amount of food and water that I've got. I feel like I've seen this in the first game. Original speculation surrounding these alien structures posited that the gates may have been religious artifacts or industrial machines. Further research has indicated that these gates are in fact medium-range teleporters that allow for instant movement of baryonic material across space and time. Teleportation requires the pairing of primary and secondary gates. The primary gate controls the destination and must be powered in order for materials to transfer bidirectionally. If the primary gate is not functioning, the secondary gate is rendered useless. At this time, the processes that enabled this alien teleportation technology are not well understood. Oh, Simulator, I have seen a snow stalker, or at least I believe that I did. I visited the woman at the woman with the customized prawn suit who has a pet snow stalker. They appear to be the size of... Oh god, what's the name of the lion? Sorry, the tiger, right? Shere Khan. Yes. They appear to be enormous. My best guess, and please do not correct this, is that maybe the prawn suit with a drill attachment might be able to put one down. But I'm only going based on that's the only form of violence that I have at my disposal. If it comes down to a fist fight, I don't think it's going to go my way. Alright, and then, again, just even though I do know that I went down here, it's of note to me that I can come back here, but also there doesn't seem to be anything. Yeah, this is just like, it's always interesting to me when there's like a space that doesn't seem to serve a purpose, because in video games, you know, your level designers are typically going to want to put a purpose to everything, but I'll be damned if I can find one for this area. And that's fine. I like the fact that there's just like, it's more organic to the universe. But yeah, Simulator, so you might have been out of the room. What do you make of the alleged changes to the open gaming license used by Wizards of the Coast to put together, you know, for content creators of 5e? I personally feel like it, oh, there's a frost vase plant.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Okay, my temperature is dropping too quickly for me to go anywhere. Yeah, we might have to wait out the storm inside the robotics center. What are my thoughts? Rage, mostly rage and disappointment. I, honest to God, cannot, like, mine is just confusion. It's one of those things that doesn't impact me in any way. It never will. I will never be the level of, like, content creator of any stripe that would be affected by somebody that, by a policy that is targeted at people that make like $500,000 a year or more. And yet, what are they thinking? And I know that it's just like, oh, it's time for us to get a piece of that pie. Except you're not going to. You're only going to inspire those successful content creators to stop making content or to move on to some other thing. I've seen a lot of like, what is this going to do to Critical Role? A, Critical Role would be fine. B, I think that the things that Critical Role do wouldn't actually be affected by this at all. Sorry, it's the storm is kicking back up. In that, maybe I like, at least according to one analysis that I saw, it's like it wouldn't even affect them anyway because they're mostly making original things generally based around the D20 system. And hello to Brian. Brian, I hope you had a great week. I hope that I saw in Mia's chat that you were going day by day on a quest to quit smoking. I hope that you have added a couple more days since the last time that we saw you. Best of luck on that quest. I have shared, I think in the past, that each of my parents were able to quit smoking cold turkey. Just no patches, no nicotine gum, anything. And I know that was a very, very, very difficult thing for them to do, but it was one day at a time. They focused on the next day, sometimes the next hour, sometimes the next 15 minutes. They just focused in on what had to happen, and they made it through and they kicked the addiction. Douglas says, good and bad. Good will make more people play other games. Bad, it'll screw over people who want to make homebrew stuff and sell it. Sam Lander says it may not impact you directly, but it may impact Kyber Shards and Ferrophobe, as actual plays are specifically excluded from the new OGL. Unless Critical Role makes a specific deal with Hasbro, they lose 25% of all income from everything over $750K of income, not profit. And also, that doesn't include any deals on Critical Role merch. So, the other thing that I saw is that, like, Critical Role currently has a very... I don't know where I can go in the amount of time. I was hoping the storm had, like, geared down a little bit. Well, we're definitely not changing the beacon here. Pick up snow. No. One of the things that I saw, at least the hypothesis was Critical Role currently has a very symbiotic relationship with Hasbro or Wizards of the Coast or what have you, that they... Hold on. Steam vent. Periodic intense heart water. Hold on, let me see if I can get this one, because I'd love to warm up. The idea that Hasbro would chase off or demand like a cut from like Critical Role is just cutting off your nose to spite your face. It's an absolutely wild proposition that will hurt Hasbro much more than it would ever extract from Critical Role. I suspect that assessment is accurate, and yet it would not surprise me if they just said, we'd be happy to continue working with Critical Role. However, we're still going to take our 25% cut, or whatever it is. Like, the fact that it's so blatantly a bad idea for the parent company, I just don't have confidence is going to, like, penetrate. Oh, hello to Mothoth, talking about Hasbro's D&D decisions. Yeah, it's been on my mind today. Sam Lander says Critical Role will probably be fine unless they listen to their fans about how much this is hurting the community and move on to other systems. Which, I mean, my understanding is that they started as a Pathfinder. Sorry, Matt Mercer and friends originally were playing Pathfinder. and that it was around the time that they started, like, with, what was it, Geek and Sundry at the time? That was the point at which they sort of transitioned into D&D 5 edition. That might not be right. You know, I'm no Critical Role aficionado. So, I don't feel like we can go very much further. I keep thinking there's a map, and there's very much not a map. I don't think that we can go much further down here without freezing to death. I guess I'll look around a little bit, but I feel like we probably need a prawn suit or a cold suit or both. Can't scan these giant bones for some reason. And there's a snow stalker. Yeah, I definitely cannot hurt that guy with just a wisecracking attitude. Okay, well, this cave is warm, so I can look around a little bit in here. Douglas says, here's something to remember. Hasbro is a bastard company that is more concerned about short-term gains than they are about long-term returns. Look at how they handled Magic the Gathering's last couple sets. Also, Abria Ironguard went off about this. Oh, I'll have to see what she had to say. So don't expect her to come back to Critical Role unless Wizard of the Coast changes course or Crit Role leaves D&D. I would imagine that with news of this coming out, there are some high-level conversations happening at Critical Role about this, and that they're probably going to steer clear of making any sort of, like, comment until they have a firm decision behind them. You know, they've decided on a course of action and are going to pursue it. It does feel like an existential threat to the way that they've conducted business so far, which is
dangerous weather approaching.
Profitably.
Seek shelter.
Okay. There is something here that I want to learn what it is. Okay. There is, but it's not interactable. Yeah, so I can try to dodge from, like... No, I can't. This guy's gonna eat me for lunch. Wait, was there a raid? Hold on, I apologize. Hello to Jägermeister. Or was Jägermeister lurking when Samlander raided over? Either way, Jägermeister, hello and welcome, and I hope you're having a great Friday. Honestly, I would love it if they would play a game like City of Mist. It would probably get me to watch them. I would love to see, and maybe they've done this, a Critical Role version of Blades in the Dark. I would love to see them tackle that system for a while. That would be a lot of fun. Mothaw said it would be great if TTRPGs have enough popularity that other rule sets can be more viable now. It seems to me that Warhammer is doing quite well lately as well. Critical Role Blades would be amazing, said Samalander. Also said, Hasbro wants to sell board games. They want to turn D&D customers into board game customers who are mostly passive consumers of products. D&D customers are not passive consumers. No, I mean, look at what happened with,
Calorie intake recommended.
Okay, hold on. I do want to make sure that I have some calories, and I don't have many calories. I've got a nutrient block. That's good for a little bit.
Vital signs stabilizing.
And actually some cured Arctic Peeper, so I am fine for a little bit longer. Is this? Magnetite! Okay, hold on. We need as much of that as I can carry. Goodbye copper. Probably goodbye silver, but I don't want to get crazy about it. Come on. Come on. Arg! I can't get the last piece. I'm too short. Little stubby arms. Garg! That is... Okay, so we're going to continue looking around, but... That is, that's a big damn deal. I need magnetite for all sorts of things. Hold on, I gotta save the fact that I found magnetite. Also says... Oh, Jägermeister did come from Sama. It's my final day of home prison. How are you feeling, Jägermeister? I saw that you were, like, on the improvement, but I just hope that that is still the case. And the icon came... I think the icon came up while you were on the ground. Oh, was it? Hold on. I can't... Hold on. No, I just can't reach that last piece. Well, let's get out of here. Maybe magnetite in this game is all going to be, like, above water. I would be surprised if that was the case, but I found more magnetite above water than I have underwater so far. Okay, I'm going to head back to... I feel like this area is meant to have a prawn suit. Someone said seed magnetite for later. Yeah, it'll give them a chance to pollinate. Shelter. Okay, I don't feel like I've seen these. Okay, doesn't... Marbled anemone. I don't know that I'm going to be able to tell the difference between that and, like, the frost crystal or whatever. Frost vase? Oh, again, there's no point in getting that. It's just going to dump out on the ground, but I guess that's fine. Man, I can't imagine finding this place before the Pathfinder tool elsewhere. I reached out to a friend to join him at his club as his guest. Sadly, he's got a head cold. Well, I hope he feels better pretty soon. Jägermeister is raring to play some pickleball. But it seems like I'm just going to have to wait until Monday. Sorry, everybody, hold on one second. Alright, sorry about that. We'll probably have to wrap it up pretty soon here. But we do have a few more minutes. What I'd like to do is sort of work my way back to the sea truck, and then for the next episode, I think what we're going to do is revisit this area in the prawn suit. Assuming that we can get out of the water with it, I believe that we'll be able to, especially with the grappling arm, but the grappling arm doesn't work super well outside of the water. Prawn suit is just too heavy. Wow. It's interesting that it feels like the game is setting up for a section of, like, extended out-of-the-water stuff. The first game had a little bit of that, where it was, like exploring some of the alien bases, but it felt like a very small percentage overall, and maybe this will be the same way. Let me find the Sunlander prawn suit. There it is. These things weird me out, man, with their, like, big staring eyeball centers. The magnetite, like I said, before I forget, that's tremendous. I think that we can do a depth upgrade for the prawn suit, and that might get us into other areas like all of those. We might need kyanite or something else that I haven't seen yet. We'll have to double check once we get back to our life pod base. But yeah, we will endeavor to do our best upgrade that we can, make our best use of the kind of language, our best possible use of the magnetite that we pulled out until we can find a reliable source for more. Yes, yeah, now I want the salt and stuff because we know that we need water purification tablets for stuff.
I have detected an energy signature of some strength. I am not sure what it is for.
Go ahead and share it. Can't hurt.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Grumpy is saying Moo is in a standoff with Bobo. He won't bring his toy closer, and she won't pick it up to throw it. It is interesting when animals, like, what does go through their minds where it's like, you would think that they will have learned, this is how I'm going to be able to play and have fun, but they're like too prideful to do it, so they want the human to walk over and do it, get it for them. Okay, so yeah, with the aquarium tank, what we can do here is just, like, when we bring this back to the main base, we're going to have fuel for the reactor for days. Like, we're never going to have to worry about that again. What I didn't pick up on any of was a bladderfish. Oh, wait, no, that's not true. Okay, let's... Here's what I want to do. We're going to go over... We do have a thing just for posters. Yes. All right, so here we can put away the brand new posters that we picked up. And the framed art. And let's put away the large flask, which I picked up. It does say useless, but I do feel like it would make a nice decoration or whatever.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
That's what Bobo learned, says Grumpy, that the human will capitulate eventually. Okay, I did come home with some silver. The magnetite, 4 pieces. We're gonna have to think really carefully about what to do with that. Little more quartz. The fiber mesh could go into materials for now, even though, as far as I know, the only thing it's used for is the medical kits. Ion cube? Did I... Would that go into battery stuff? It does. Okay. And then we might as well put our spare batteries into battery stuff. Although... Yeah, hold on. Let's swap out this battery. Anything else? Anything else at all? Yeah, the Pathfinder and the scanner. Scanner I've already gotten out. The repair tool. Yeah, why not? Habitat builder. Okay, we got all that. And... yeah, so... I guess I'm going to put the water purification tablet into the food stuff for now. We're going to want to find a more reliable way to do that. Still don't know how thermoses work. I built one before, now I've got a second one. I don't know how to fill it up. I assume it's a base module that I would need. As far as the magnetite goes... What do I
Seek
want to...
fluid intake.
Wait, test over? I thought I didn't have enough... Oh, right. The parallel processing unit. So I have a specific question for Salamander. Because I could look it up, but I'm curious if you happen to know. In order to build the test override module, I need the parallel processing unit. I have found 2 out of the 3 parallel processing units. Both of them were inside the space rack that I could show it to you. Do I need to find the 3rd one inside that space rack? Or, to your knowledge, could it be found somewhere else in the game? And I'm trying to even, basically, if I have to go to that space rack in order to get it, and that's the next thing to progress that part of the story, then I should probably go do it now. But if it's not required, and I can circle back and do that later, or I'm likely to find the missing part in a different place, then yeah, I'd want to know that and pursue it that way. So we don't have the stuff that we need for this, and it does take some fiber mesh, and yeah, I should have water. It's mostly just not wasting my time forever and ever by not doing the one thing that I'm supposed to do. Yeah, and then we can do the polyaniline, although I don't have a purpose for that. We can do aerogel. Spiral plant clippings I still haven't seen. Let me have a water of some kind. Thank goodness I, always keep a couple extra waters around.
Vital signs stabilizing.
I do think there are 3 fragments in the 2 parts of the large wreck combined. If I remember correctly, it's in multiple space wrecks. Oh no, I was wrong. It's in the Mercury 2. Which is probably the one ship that crashed. So, yeah, there's something in there that I haven't found. So, I'm gonna need to go back into that wreck then. Let me just get rid of that. We don't need it anymore. I wanted to look to see some of the things that I've been trying to get magnetite for. So that we can make some decisions on what we want to do. Ion battery and ion power cell. Yeah, we're gonna want to start doing some of those, especially for the prawn suit. If we're gonna be out of the water for a long time. I've got all this stuff. I don't have a spy pangling though. This is something brand new. Remote controlled observation robot. This would be easy to do. Yeah, let's pin that. Spy pangling remote. Oh, I assume that I'm gonna need one of those, but that's nice and cheap. I don't have kyanite, but that's fine. I don't have the parts for these things. Sea truck depth upgrade I do have, as I do have this. Oh no, I don't have this. Yeah, you would need synthetic fibers. Okay, let me just double check on what you need for synthetic fibers. Spiral plant clipping, yeah. Let me just double check, hold on. Let me go back to the data banks. Close that, and that actually whole thing. Flora. Exploitable? Okay, yeah, I have not encountered a spiral plant yet that I see. Just double checking, because if I'd gone up to it, maybe I'd see a picture of it in the thing, but I'm going to assume that I haven't found one of those yet. Not yet. Okay, fair enough. Oh, the Snow Fox hover pad would be easy to do. I can't build a Snow Fox yet that I know of, but we could at least get this done. Let's pin that so we'll know to look for it. Well, the beds are nice and cheap. So it looks to me like all of the things that I needed the magnetite for are probably in the vehicle upgrade bay, because I know I've been like hungry to find them and suddenly not seeing anything at all that takes magnetite. What on earth have I been like jonesing to build that I haven't been able to do that's like, oh, magnetite, that's the thing I need? Could have sworn it was more than just like a couple things. That I've definitely got. This I definitely don't have. Prawn suit storage module. That takes kyanite. Oh! I didn't realize that we had gotten this at the modification station. High capacity O2 tank and lithium ×4. Yeah, I can do that. And then that takes synthetic fibers. This takes a sea truck upgrade Mark II, which I don't have. And then this takes kyanite, which I don't have. What the hell did I want magnetite for? Oh. It was the scanner room range upgrade. Okay. That was one of them for sure. And the HUD upgrade. That's what I wanted. Let's pin both of those. Got it. Okay, so Sam Lander's saying it's spread out over multiple wrecks, sort of. Thank you for that clarification. You want it for the HUD upgrade. 100% best use. Yes. The HUD upgrade is huge. So, HUD upgrade is just a computer chip, which I can do as soon as I remember how to do it. I know it's gold and like some, yeah, table coral samples. Okay. Gold, copper wire, and table coral samples. It's that last thing that I may not have here. Yeah. That might be a voyage back to the larger base. Which I do think is going to be where we park for the evening. Yeah, I've got food and water. Let's... Yeah, I just swapped out all the batteries. Okay, so let's head back to the main base. I'm going to bring some ion cubes. Let's bring all the ion cubes. I've got plenty of silver back there, rubies and diamonds. As far as materials, I don't have any of the root pustules back there, so we might as well bring those. I've got lots of titanium. I don't have very much sulfur, so let's bring a bunch of that stuff. And let's bring my 1 lead. And a thermos. Because someday I'll know what a thermos is for. Okay, let's set a course for... here. Dougler is going to go head out. Sorry, I bumped when I went to read chat. Dougler is going to head off to do something fun. Dougler, have a great evening, and hopefully heading into a great weekend, like we were saying. Dougler says, I'm 30. I don't know how young you think that is. I would argue it is plenty young. You got a lot of your life left ahead of you. Spatman just made the aquarium on the go and left the mobile vehicle bay out in the sea, so now I can go search for it. Does it mark on your... Don't you get like a beacon on it? Maybe you don't. I don't remember. Oh, I should try my defense module if these guys get too snappy. But I think that the 91 points of damage that I took, or sorry, the 9 points of damage that I took to go to 91, those are just from me banging into the thing. I don't think they actually like took a bite. No beacon for the vehicle bay. Okay. I'm glad I put mine close to the base then, because at least you can build another one, but I abhor wastefulness. Okay, let's pull into our sea dock. Ow. Oh, we're out of power. That's why it didn't pick up. Okay, this is fun. Let me try to back up. Okay, we'll park here. Oh, you know what I should bring is, we should have fuel for the reactor inside, though.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Okay, let's... Okay, sorry. I'm worried about suffocating even though I've got like 90 seconds. Yeah, I knew that I put away some extra fish for this exact purpose.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Okay, I want to wait a little bit before I dock the sea truck. Otherwise, what's going to happen is it'll immediately drain the batteries. I cannot afford to power the base and charge batteries at the same time. So let's put away some of our ion cubes. I do want to hold on to the magnetite until I can make a computer chip. So let's look at doing that part next. Computer chip is spiral cuttings, or table coral rather. I don't remember where I put all my table coral. I remember that I went out and got a bunch. And that, and also some, is it copper wire? I want to say that it is. Here, computer chip. And now, nope. Okay, in order to do this, I think I need a... Or is it just the fabricator in the scanner room? It's either that or a modification station, which I might need to build separately. There it is. Okay, that is huge. It decouples us from having to use cameras to find things that we look for in the scanner room. So, big win there. Alright, let's put away some of our crystalline sulfur. The root pustules, I don't have a purpose for yet, but you know there's going to be one. Alright. Done. Alright. Almost time to, like, do the sea truck. Let's check our grav trap. I'd like to get up to, like, 100 points of power in the bank. Yeah, Salamander, did you know that you're not allowed to put stick lights or whatever they're called onto the onto parts of the base? I went to mark my foundation there where the prawn suit lands, and it said no. No, you're not allowed to put lights on this. It was a fine how do you do.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm going to first have some, we're going to prep up some water. And at least a couple things to eat. Okay, let's eat, drink. Yeah, I'm gonna want to have one more feather fish to eat. Eat. Drink. Okay. And now this last fish I will put into the reactor. Alright. Yeah, if we go here into the moon pool, I went to put the stick lights on the four corners of this foundation, thinking that that would, like, be cool as, like, a landing pad, and I can put it everywhere except there. Which is very frustrating, given the fact that, like, the foundation is there to provide a flat surface that you can build on. Why can't I put lights on it? Okay, yeah, let's go get our sea truck. This will recharge the power cells nicely. Okay, I really don't know. I'm not being very careful with how this goes. So, does it actually detach the engine cab here? Yeah, and then you can go inside your sea truck that docks to the base. This is so cool. Yeah, I mean, we might as well. Well, actually, I don't have to empty the fish out. But this is fuel for the reactor for days. Like, we should probably take at least some of them out. Just put them into the reactor. You know what I consistently, you know what I just remembered for the very first time that I can do? My thermoblade can cook fish on the go. It's one of the reasons that I originally wanted a thermoblade. Look at that. Yeah, we've got power for ages now. Samlander says, this is why I needed to restart below 0. I needed this docking port in my life. It's very neat. Is the light maybe more designed to be rammed into the ground? Does it have, like, a foot to stand on? Yeah, Spatman, if we go find one, because I did put them around, like, the grow bay, the grow bed, it's just got, like, a tripod. Like, look, it's just got, like, a little tripod there. It could stand on anything. But, actually, I can pick it up. Here, I'll show. Let's, pick up the, thing. And here we go. Yeah, I thought it looked pretty snazzy if we put the light pods here on the corners, but it doesn't light up. And then if you go over to, like, the ground... Oh, there you go. Now you can put it on the ground. It's very, very annoying. Oh my god. I built 4 of these guys specifically for this purpose. I guess we can put one right, like, right there. But the trouble is, I can't put one on the other side because it's a sheer drop-off. It's why I built this here. It's like, game, get out of my way. I want to do it. Oh, and Spatman was able to find the vehicle bay. F for the plan to put lights on the foundation. It is, and like, I'm not even kidding. It's actually my biggest disappointment in the game so far, which I hope is correctly heard as, like, I'm really enjoying the game. Okay, so let's get rid of we already did that. So the range upgrade, we could do, but there's probably some other stuff that I want to do. We have to do this at the modification bay and our modification station, and I don't think I have one of those at all. I used to have one, and then I never built it again when I came here to this location. So let's do a modification station somewhere. Tools, machines, vehicle bay, vehicle upgrades. That's the modification station that you can build there, but I need the station itself. Interior modules. Recyclotron, which I would like to have, by the way. Recycles items into their constituent parts. Actually seems like it'd be pretty useful. Modification station. There we go. All right, so let me do that. So, diamond I have. Lead I have. Computer chip I can make. As soon as I remember where I put those. This is why I need to have things a little bit more organized. Yep, that gold copper wire. And then we're going to need a titanium. And then a diamond. Diamond. Not a lot of diamonds left in stock. Here, let's do the computer chip part. Yeah, no, we're not there yet. And now I can do the modification station. So let's grab the base builder, habitat builder. And although I could probably put it in here, I want to see if I can put it into the moon pool. Because I feel like the moon pool has a lot of unused space right now. So, like, we could put it over here. I don't want that yet. Modification station. Yeah, so we can slide the modification station, like, here into the back corner. I think. Yeah, I may forget that it's there, but maybe I should put it in that corner, but it's here. So, now, I want the ultra high capacity tank. I do have the high capacity tank, I just need the 4 lithiums. Yeah, I need to do another reorganization here because I'm forgetting where... Is it in here? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think that if we take the tank off... Now it will count as a crafting material. Yep. Done. Okay. And she just automatically puts that on and fills it back up. And now we've got 225 seconds of oxygen, which is, like, forever. Ah, the classic, which box did I put the lithium in? Yeah, I remember, like, the episode of the first game was like, today we shall reorganize. And I spent, like, a long time getting that stuff done. And that's why I wanted to keep it up to date this time. So, I don't have... Yeah, it's the spiral cuttings is one of the next things that I'm looking for. Nickel ore, kyanite, yeah, we're not there. And I don't have the stage 1 thing. So, that's there. We can just leave that there. We don't care about moving it right now. We're good on electrical power. So, the next things that I would want to build are... Probably... Yeah, let's get this out of there. I don't know if I want to do the range upgrade. Like, part of me does, and then I'm also like, is that going to be wasteful? So we'll put it away for right now. Oh, yeah, we can take this off as well. So yeah, let's do... Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do 2 of those to make a copper wire. We're gonna need at least 4 titaniums. Then we're gonna need 2 silver. And let's get started. We'll make the wiring kit first. Moo is horrified by my labeling. I bet you could get Moo to organize your storage. Well, hold on. Like, locker, the ones that are listed locker, it's because, like, you only have, like, 9 characters to type in, and this is just sort of a general purpose. But this is quartz, rubies, and gel, right? This one has silver in it. This one has titanium, copper, and copper-related. You know, when I have copper wire, I put that in there. I have very nice labeling, I think, except for the things that cannot be labeled. And maybe I'll, like, fashion a little sign that I can put up there to cover that. Sorry, so the next thing that I wanted to do was the copper wire. And now we can do the Pengling remote. So we got that. Now, silicone rubber, which I can go right outside and get this. Thank goodness we did the grow beds outside. Hold on. I don't remember if it's 1 or 2. One. Oh, hold on. I don't know if one of them died or what, but yeah. We'll endeavor to have maximum creepy vine. Oh, okay. I see. Stuff must be... And hello to Moo. Moo, thank you so much for the resubscription. Moo was reading a book, resting, and said nothing about anybody's labeling. Okay, understood. Stuff must be alphabetized, categorized, color-coded, and labeled. I can hear Moo thinking it. Also, all of the pot handles should point due north. True north, not magnetic north. Let's see. Oh, I need a battery for this as well. I can do a battery. Let's get that. Okay, and now... Oh, did it make 2? Okay, that's fine. Ribbon plants and copper ore. I just need 2 ribbon plants. If I'd seen that, Wait, I've got a battery. Why do I need to make a battery? It's one of the reasons I made spare batteries. Nope. Yep.
Without spy penguins, scientists may have never discovered that penguins incubate their eggs in small cave burrows, often alongside thermal lily roots.
Okay, so we're gonna have to figure out how to use this, but I now have... Oh, nice! I thought the spy penguin was gonna be really big, but this is Pengabby, and we've got the remote control. So we'll have to figure out how that works. Aside from that, so yeah, let's take that off and that off. So that brings us to the Snow Fox hover pad. Now, I think I have to put this on land, but I can still get the materials to do it. Let's get a wiring kit. And 1 more titanium. Wiring kit. Test override module. Yeah, we're gonna have to look around for that. Sort of at a standstill on that. Oh god, and yes please, beacons. Thank god I accidentally clicked on that. Yeah, 1 more copper ore. Should always have 2 beacons, always. Gotta mark things that are important in this game, or else you'll never find your way back to them. Alright. That... Okay, I have 1 extra silicone rubber. We're gonna put that away into the glass bookshelf. I now have enough... No, I don't. I now have enough to build the Snow Fox hover pad. I can't build a Snow Fox yet, and that's fine. But that will help me to get around someday. Oh, the thermos. I guess we'll put that... Let's just put that into locker. Yeah. And I'm sorry, because can you do Pathfinder modules on land? No. Okay. Yeah, I always thought it was a water-only thing, but then we saw them, like, floating in the air. We're gonna need food and water. Food I can get out of the sea truck, but water I don't have an abundance of, Chess, I went the wrong way. Come on back. Come on back! Okay, unfortunately, no bladderfish just yet, so let me take a quick look around. We do have some in the base, so it's not like a crisis, but they're in the base so that we don't have a crisis. Grumpy, I do need to stop. I was just trying to get a few things situated. What I'd like to do is end so that, like, when we launch the next episode, it'll be, like, straight into the prawn suit and, probably back to the Phi Robotics Club, or whatever it's called. But yeah, I do need to wrap it up. Yeah, let's go get some water. Water. Oh, and hello to Harmonious Crow. Crow, Jägermeister is, you know, he also had tested positive for COVID and is feeling a lot better. I hope the same is true for you as well. I know that hits different people differently, but my best hope is that you're going into a nice weekend where it's going to be happy and healthy and feeling a lot better. Water, food. Okay, I do kind of really want to have one more water before we go. How am I doing on fuel? So, Crow, if you're just arriving, we did a big upgrade for the sea truck. We have a, an aquarium module that automatically catches fish as we go. See, this is the sea truck, like, cab, but this is our sea truck module back here. We cleaned out a lot of the fish. Oh, and there is a bladderfish in there. Yes, please. We have that. Well, I mean, really, we should probably clean out the rest of it. Yeah, let's feed the reactor. Yeah, probably put the Arctic Peepers in there too, since I've got a couple cooked, and we'll make the last one into water. I do feel like I might want to, like, play around with the floating air pump for some of those, like, really deep places, but I don't know. It also feels like it might be a gigantic waste. Yeah, so even though, like, I didn't do the things in this episode that I had sort of intended that I was gonna do, still got a lot done, man. Like, we got the upgrade for the sea truck, we expanded our base storage a whole bunch, we got our foundation set up and then discovered that we can't put lights on it. Probably the final step is if we're gonna go out on land, I do feel like I want to recolor the Mia a little bit here. I wanted to see if we could get into, like, New color's really difficult. Actually, that does look pretty cool. All right, somewhere in there. I was trying to go for like a gold almost, but it's actually really difficult. Like, I think in my head is gold as being like yellow, but it's really more of like a brownish tinge, and I'm never very good at getting to it. No, I'm way off. I'm not even sure what color I would call this. Like, if I saw this color out in the, wild, it's not gold, that's for damn sure. Tan or tea, says Samalander. Yeah, I'm never good at colors. What I'm doing is I'm sort of thinking like, I wanted sort of like a bright pink when I was underwater so I could always find my way back. But if I'm going to be up above the water... No. Yeah, I feel like gold is somewhere like a dark orange bordering on brown, but it's difficult to get there for me. That's just sort of like a sunny orange yellow, which is fine. I mean, I'm actually cool with that. What would we want to do for the stripe if we're gonna rename it? I'm not gonna rename it. Stripe 1. We could make it. That would look pretty cool, I think. Oh no, I'm stuck on something. Go. Alright, yeah, I can live with that. And the name stays the same. Oh, this is the color of the name, though. Yeah, for the color, let's go with like a bright red. Although it doesn't really pop as bright red, does it? Oh, whoops. That was the stripe. I did it again. Hold on. We'll go like that, and then the name will make the bright red. Yeah, maximum intensity, but like... There we go. And the interior, yeah, let's change that up as well. Let's go with like a green interior for now. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, that was the stripe, as Crow said. Yeah, the stripe is like the back of the arms and stuff. I figure like I'm going to be tooling around on the surface. I want something that's going to like catch the eye when everything else is like white. And yeah, the bright pink would have done that as well. I like the fact that our interior light also comes into the back end of the sea truck as well. Go for like a green for a while. Yeah, this is very like underwatery atmospheric. Okay, so that's gonna be where we have to call it. What I'm gonna do is for the next episode, which will hopefully be sometime this weekend, we will hop into the Mia and run it down to the Phi Robotics site and see if we can get out of the water and investigate things up there. That's about it. Yeah, let me just hit save again for like the 4th time in a row. And we will exit out to the main menu. Oh no, Zaja just raided over! Zaja, thank you so much for the raid, and we were just wrapping up. Zaja, normally when this happens, what I like to do is defer to the person that raided over. If you had not raided here, is there another place that you would have gone? And maybe we can raid over in your honor and let them know that we're coming there by way of your recommendation. Also, Zaja, I know that for me, sometimes like the stream that I'm raiding over to is muted, so she may not have heard just yet. But yeah, if possible, I'd like to raid over to somebody of Zaja's choice. Just in case, what I'm going to do is Look to see who's available online, and we'll like make a pick just in case Sasha is away from the computer. But otherwise, you guys, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night.